Come on, let's go have sex now. It's been too long.
Stratford, Connecticut, 10:26 a.m. on your radio dials. And it's time for another Iceberg entry, my friends. And this time it's of the Gout style variety. Some may say the Goutmother. Some may say the bringer of gout. So many names we could call our subject today. But for most of us, we will call her the Ant. And today, we're going to go on an odyssey, my friends. A true odyssey. Usually, on this stream, we'll start with, like, the memorable thing about something and then work our way into the past, into the present. But today, we are just starting in the past and working our way forward. And we're going to learn together about how the story of the bringer of gout has changed, evolved, been added to, all of these things. Is there a second Ant? A lot of mysteries are going to be unraveled today, all right? It's going to be a fun one. Hope you're ready. Hope you're strapped in. Hope you've got your tart cherry juice. Everything you need, all right? Bring it, because you need it, honestly, all right? So, today's schedule is we're going to do this until about 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or whenever we finish. And then we got, that being said, 3:30 p.m. And then I'll be on the Detractor Beam show later today. So what a day. Full day of detracting ready for you. Locked in. All right? So that's all the business announcements I got. Let's get right to it. Oh, one more business announcement, excuse me, if you don't mind. We have now for our Jonathan style questions, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and someone did ask the real estate question. However, he said no one knows what you're talking about. So it kind of, in my mind, that doesn't count. We need a little bit more of an answer there. Maybe it means it's impossible now. You know what I mean? I don't know, but there we go. We are now almost halfway through of our questions. Big ups everybody for going through those and helping make this magic happen. But get out of here, Jonathan. Not today, Jonathan. We got more important stuff today, Jonathan. All right? Love you, brother. But okay. Enough nonsense. Let's start our tale. We're going to go with 2011, a condo tour. And this is the first ever mention of an ant-style creature on DSP streams. Here we go.
Walker. I still have it right there. This is the
figures. I don't want to start
as well. Origin sword. Bear with.
Great storage of your stuff here. Just pile on top of the air conditioner. Okay, cool. I mean, it really means it's important. You definitely wanted to buy it.
It's a loud noise. We've got an inflatable Dragon Age Origins sword, even though I never played Dragon Age Origins. I got that from someone who worked at GameStop as well. Okay. And there is that Red Faction gorilla.
This is a conversation piece in the condo, okay? This really gets the conversation going. He would be 29 in this video.
Walker. I still have it right there.
Hell yeah.
This is the lamp that I use for most of my filming. Any lighting that you see in most of my videos is this lamp with 5 100-watt bulbs. Here on the lamp we have a Hawaiian lei from a party that my aunts had last summer. And on here we have various things from different...
so that's it. But we did have...
Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate that.
Big ups down 4 punch. Says 95-year-old gout ant with the Savannah thumb. Sound good? Uh-huh. So I asked about this lei before, and I didn't know where it's from, but now we know the lore of the lei. It's from an ant party.
Had last summer. And
so big ups. They're partiers. All right, that's it. That's literally it. All right, next. We are going forward to Twitter questions here, and this is from 2011. Same
most part are protected, meaning you're not going to get automatically flagged by YouTube's bullshit content to, trouble for false copyright strikes. Umbrella, I have the benefit of. Next question.
Okay. All right, next question.
Phil, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dish? And that's from Scott McQueen. You might be surprised with my answer on this one, because a lot of people say, oh, it's the turkey, or man, I really love the potatoes or whatever that my parents make, or, for me.
Amanda, that's a good question. I've really thought about doing an episode on Phil's cousin, but there's so little. That would take more op-style research, that WPIG doesn't really take part in. We take part in the real going through what Phil has said style content. But, that would take more op-style to figure out more about Phil's cousin. But, there is information out there on the agricultural websites.
It's the stuffing. I love the stuffing. My mom makes homemade stuffing. She actually, and some people might think this is really gross, she uses all the guts of the turkey. Like when you buy a turkey, you get the guts inside. She uses the guts to make the stuffing, and it's fucking delicious. I love it. I'm probably going to have a double to triple helping of it today. Today's Thanksgiving for me. When I head over to my parents' house, that's the thing I like to attack the most. So yeah, I eat some turkey, I have everything else.
Oh, I like to attack the most.
Delicious. I love it. I'm probably going to have a double to triple helping of it today. Today's Thanksgiving for me. When I head over to my parents' house, that's the thing I like to attack the most.
Big ups, twins. Extremely meaningful. Thank you, my friend, twins. Shout outs everywhere they got those. I'm not going to read them off, but big ups, twins. Very meaningful.
So yeah, I eat some turkey, I have everything else, but that stuffing, I love the stuffing. I don't know, I'm just a sucker for it. Put some gravy on top. Oh, delicious.
Oh, come on.
Next question. Would you consider playing with the fans on Christmas? That is from Truth of Gaming. And
I think that was it. Did he say ant there? I didn't hear it, but it's not worth listening.
I like
again,
to attack them.
There's nothing real there. His ants came over for there. I didn't hear the ants.
So yeah, I eat some turkey, I eat everything else, but that stuffing, I love the stuffing. I don't know, I'm just a sucker for it. Put some gravy on top.
All right. Anyways, not really meaningful, but anyways.
There, okay.
Here we go.
I do want to apologize for any
Now
of
we fast forward 3 years.
you who might have been like, gee, Phil, you know, on the kingofhate.com's homepage, you said that you might have been starting the weekend preview early. What happened? Well, I went to Easter dinner with my parents. My aunt was also there. My aunt, who now lives in Connecticut, she moved here and is currently staying with a friend until she's been here for a year. Then she can take up, or she's eligible for that, I think it's called, what is it called? One of those, old home places, for older people, because she is up there in years.
Oh.
And they were all there, and
So she has to live there for. I didn't know about this, but apparently you have to live there for a year, and then you're eligible for one of those old homes.
What is it called? One of those, old home places, for older people, because she is up there in years.
I like how he kind of had to think about it. Then he thought he got it, but he said, "Yeah, what are those other old homes? yeah, old homes. That's it. Oh,
places,
God.
for older people, because she is up there in years.
Years. Hell yeah."
And they were all there, and we were eating dinner. We had a nice time, and then they wanted to watch some of my videos of my Seattle trip, including.
Oh God! I was gonna say, what are we watching? Heavy Rain. You'll love this part, Aunt. What? I can't see the TV. Just wait. Here comes the racial joke. You're gonna love this one. Notice his skin color? Well, I'm gonna guess his favorite coffee is also that color. Wait. Here it comes. Listen. Quiet. Listen. Oh, I like my coffee black. See, it's hilarious.
Through of the house that I am in the process of buying. So we watched all that together. And after we did that, my parents surprised me and basically said, well, since this is one of the last times you're going to be here, and it's in particular for Easter, you probably will never be here again for Easter. We'd like to have, a celebration kind of. So they pulled out not one, but 2 cakes for me. And I said it was a combination
double
of Easter
cakes
and birthday because...
Double cakes. Nice, dude.
I wasn't here for my birthday.
Oh!
So one of them was a Italian cake. For those of you who never
Italian
had Italian
style
cake, what it is layers of soft, spongy cake mixed in with pudding, including vanilla and chocolate pudding.
Oh.
Also cherries. So cherries and
that's
like
good
cherry
for the gout.
kind of like jam or something in there. Then it's frosted with white icing, and then there's either chocolate shots or nuts painted around.
Chocolate shots, or what's a chocolate shot? Chocolate shots or
white icing, and then there's either chocolate shots or nuts painted around the end of the cake. It is a round cake.
It is a round cake.
That, and then my mom pulls
what's a chocolate shot? Does anyone know?
out a flipping giant egg.
Whoa!
A giant chocolate egg cake that has 2 layers of freaking mousse inside. I told my mom I can't eat all this. I'm not even used to eating sweets. I'm going to be going to the bathroom for the next year.
Oh my God.
So I had a small piece.
Oh, well, it's okay, Philip.
Yeah. And then after all of that, it was already super late. I was like, oh shit, I thought I was going to be here for like an hour and a half. I'm here for like 4 hours. So there's no way I'm doing my stuff early tonight.
Damn, they gave him 2 cakes and he still wants to dip out.
So it was pretty intense. It was pretty intense. So I'm back. I'm bloated. I ate too much food. Way too much. But my parents saw my new place. They liked
Double cakes is pretty intense, dude.
it.
For his
They
age.
actually pointed out, because I was saying one of the
32.
first things I want to upgrade in the place is the stove, because the stove looks out of place. It doesn't match the other appliances, and it looks old. My mom says, well, I watched the video. It didn't look old to me. Let's watch it together. So
we're analyzing the new home in Washington. Big up Swaggy Davis Jr. Extremely meaningful. This time it wasn't Tevin's fault. Big ups to everybody. Yeah, the one time it wasn't his fault. So wait, we're talking about with the mom about upgrades in Seattle already.
we're watching it, and I realized the stove is not old. The stove is an electric stove, which I want. It's just that it's white instead of silver, which matches the other appliances. So I may just hold
Hold
on.
on a second. Let's unpack this.
I don't know why people would
Because
come
it
and
was
enjoy
a
the stream and
different
not like it.
color,
It's just
they wanted to
really
upgrade that
weird.
stove. That's the only reason. Did not look into it any further. This is a different color. We're going to need to upgrade this one, Nana. Yeah, definitely.
That stove for a while, as long as it works, which it's supposed to, and focus on spending money on furnishing the house and other things that are more important before we start upgrading stuff in it. So, oof.
All right.
So thank goodness my mom pointed that out to me. You know what it was? It's when you're going through a quick walkthrough that you don't have enough time to really focus on everything. And now that I have thank God I was able to film the walkthrough, because I started looking at stuff and I was like, okay, that stove's not so bad.
What? Oh!
And actually watching the walkthrough video again kind of showed me some other things about the house that I've maybe even forgotten about and I like the fact that it has a giant pantry. That's really neat.
How are you learning all this stuff for the first time? What? He is learning everything. I want to do a deep dive on the house buying a different day, so I don't want to stay here too long. But he's finding all this stuff. Well, I found out there's a pantry in the video, Eddie. That's really cool. What? How do you not know that? Big ups, Ouija Snare. And the Copeside Phil, big ups, very meaningful. Says, never heard anyone say chocolate shots. Must be a Phil term that doesn't actually exist. This is the United States of Phil.
The fact that it has a giant pantry. That's really neat. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. By the way, the inspection on the house is tomorrow. Tomorrow the inspection is taking place.
Okay.
And I'm going to be notified by the inspector. Supposedly via email, he's going to send me the inspection report tomorrow afternoon at some point when the inspection is done. And we're going to have our results. Fingers crossed, everyone.
Well, I'll tell you that. They didn't find any water damage, did they?
The inspector doesn't find anything wrong with this place. And it ends up being, tip-top shape, water, electricity, all working order. If there is any gas, which I'm not sure, hoping that there's no leaking. I actually went for the mid-level inspection, which is a little bit more expensive. What they do is they take an infrared light and they scan all around certain areas of the house where there might be,
upsold again.
Potential for leaking water, water damage, water in the walls.
Oh, so that didn't work.
Temperature fluctuations. Things like that. It's really neat. The stuff that they do these days for inspections.
So that was completely untrue. When he walked in there, he's found the water damage. So really cool. Really good job of getting upsold on that one without getting the results.
And so all that goes down tomorrow.
All right.
So fingers crossed, everyone. Everyone hope, all right. Send me your well wishes that this is.
Let's move on. But
break to get dinner. Instead of going out and getting food myself, they're cooking out. And they will have already eaten before I move.
Okay.
No, we'll have 3 more dinners, I think, going out before I move.
We're counting down the dinners until we move.
Also, tomorrow, I'll be going over there during my break. When I usually go on break to get dinner, instead of going out and getting food myself, they're cooking out. And they.
Oh, big ups, Logan K. Dropping the knowledge. Logan Ip in the house says chocolate shots are round. Chocolate sprinkles used for baking and as an ice cream topping. They are real. Big ups. Chocolate shots are real. That's not slander. Big ups, Logan.
They will have already eaten earlier, but they said to swing on by and they'll warm up some.
Copeside Phil in the house says Phil always gets the most expensive version of anything. He's the type of brain dead consumer these corporations love. He loves upselling everything for himself, nothing for anyone else.
Food on the grill for me, and I guess my aunt and my great aunt are going to be there as well.
So aunt and great aunt.
Food on the grill for me, and I guess my aunt and my great aunt are going to be there as well. So it's kind of like a final mini family gathering before I move. But it's only going to be a little bit to be quick because I'm going to come back to work as you'll hear in the weekend preview tonight.
All right. So we have an aunt and great aunt, and I guess the great aunt is the one that's going to the as he says, old home.
What the schedule is going to be for tomorrow. Oh my God, I'm exploding. So yeah, please be forgiving of me. Please be forgiving of me as I might be exploding during this stream.
Why?
I am incredibly stuffed with food from an Italian restaurant, a local Italian restaurant called Massimo's.
Oh, Massimo's! New lore. Shout out to Massimo's. Nice.
To from time to time. Delicious vegetarian pizza. We had veggie-filled pizza.
Oh,
nice. Salad. some garlic knots, some Italian bread.
Garlic knots. First we had the chocolate shots, and then we had the garlic knots.
Pizza. I had a salad, some garlic knots, some Italian bread dipped in oil and vinegar.
Oh, yeah.
And I got the New York strip steak special.
Holy shit.
With a couple stuffed shrimp and side of roasted vegetables.
Holy fuck.
Now I feel like I probably gained about 14 pounds after that dinner.
God, that was a fucking spread. We got, what? Let me go through that lineup again. Holy shit. I think you got gout this night. We had to. Big ups, Buck the Black in the house. Says, Mom and Silvano Aunt ruined this regard mentally. I mean, they gave him a lot of stuff. Double cake time. Yeah, double cake and freaking the whole ocean on the table. All right, let's go through this breakdown of what they gave him on this this feast. Holy shit. Aunt and great aunt wore their Vons to the cookout. We love the Vons. All right, let's hear how many crystals were formed again on this great see you later meal.
Dipped in oil from time to Italian restaurant, a local Italian restaurant.
Massimo, Logan, what's better, Vinny's or Massimo's? Because Logan is from there, around there, or he's at least been around there. Logan, please tell us, Massimo's or Vinny's? Make the call. But let's hear this. Here we go.
Called Massimo's that we go to from time to time. Delicious vegetarian pizza. We had veggie-filled pizza. I had a salad, some garlic knots, some Italian bread dipped in oil and vinegar. And I got the New York strip steak special with a couple stuffed shrimp and side of roasted vegetables.
Nice.
And now I feel like I probably gained about 14 pounds after that dinner. So there you go.
Stuffed shrimp, sirloin steak, vegetarian pizza. Hell yeah.
So there you go.
Big ups.
If you make fun of any stream chatter, Derek or otherwise, you're a fucking loser.
You're a fucking loser, dude. Seriously. Big ups, Aid Robertson. Very meaningful. Thank you so much, my friend. Oh!
So there you go.
There was some stuffed shrimp in this one. Listen up. You're gonna hear the shrimp screaming for life. Oh.
So this is gonna be a wild week, everybody.
That was the garlic.
This is gonna be a wild, eventful week. Lots of stuff going on this week, right? Oh. Sorry, I'm opening my seltzer. In regards to game releases, I mean, walking dogs. Walking Dogs, The Watchful Dead.
All right, we're done with this, I think. The funny part is done.
The Wolf Among Carts.
Oh, we're saying jokes now.
And yes.
Any more jokes?
And Hate Among Us. That's what's coming up this week.
Is that the joke, or?
There you go. So anyway, now Watch Dogs. We actually have a game that's coming up.
There we go. Okay, here we go.
And people who attended the final CT Throwdown yesterday, and today when I literally threw out a shit ton of stuff, I gave away my DVD collection, not my Blu-rays, just my DVDs.
So he dropped those thousands of DVDs on who?
Which a lot of people are already asking why I would have done that, and you know. It's pretty simple. It's because the less stuff to move, the better. And I had if I had taken all my DVDs, I would have had 2 insanely large boxes of regular DVDs to take across the country, many of which, since, you know, the dawn of Blu-ray, I've actually purchased those same DVDs on Blu-ray.
Oh my God, so, double purchase. It
would be quite foolish of me to be traveling across the country with 2 different versions of the same movie when I already have the superior version. In a lot of cases that wasn't true, and what I did is I went cherry-picked through my DVD collection of the things that I really want to take across the country.
So he took all the good ones
with me. And you know, is it sad to see some of these Blu-rays go? Yeah, not Blu-rays, I'm sorry, regular DVDs go, yes, but the good news is I gave a ton of them to my parents.
Okay.
They'll be able to watch them and enjoy them.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Your parents are going to love watching those great classic hits he had.
And, you know, the rest of them, apparently, I think either my parents or my aunt knows someone. They're going to try to sell them to someone for like $1 a pop, which they'll probably...
Pop them off to your parents. Make sure they do it. Yep, that's it, Aaron. Give it to your parents. They'll take care of it. Mom, could you sell these, please? Send me the money, though.
Probably get $100 or more with the amount of DVDs
100 DVDs
that I have here.
100.
Pretty out of control.
100.
You know, at one point I went on DVD purchasing binge. I guess whenever they were cheap, I would buy them, regardless of the fact that the movie was even any good or I'd ever seen it. But it's another.
Tell me you have a spending problem. Right there. I bought them whether I even thought they were good. I just bought them. I had to have them.
Fact that the movie was even DVD purchasing binge. I guess whenever they were cheap, I would buy them, regardless of the fact that the movie was even any good or I'd ever seen it. But it's another thing. It's another thing that is lost. Going to be lost in not lost, but a change in this move is the fact that.
That's true.
I can't take everything. If I took everything, not only would it take far too long to, move the stuff across the country, but it would also take up more space in the moving van that we could use for other things. Okay. It would also take longer to unload the stuff, and then eventually for me to figure out what the fuck do I do with all these DVDs.
I don't know.
That I almost never watch.
Store them?
So, that's just one of the many things, and I already see people in the stream chat asking me, can I show you? Well, this is the announcement that you're going to hear in the weekend preview, is that I'm not doing any gameplay tonight. I am so tired, because we moved stuff. We were...
Right, we're done with the ant, but now I'm like in this like moving zone. That's kind of interesting, but I got to keep moving on here, because we are talking about the ant today. Big ups, scopes I feel. Must consume product, whether it's good or bad. Yep, you have to buy it. Doesn't matter the quality or if I've even seen it. And Luigi's there. Big ups, man. It says, I told you to sell the DVD. Why don't you listen to me? All right, we are still, same day actually, here.
And today, when I literally threw out a shit ton of stuff, I gave away my DVD.
That's the same thing. Fuck me. All right, here we go. Now we're moved.
August. You guys, you know what I mean?
2 weeks after the video we just watched. Oh, looks like we're going to have a robust harvest right now on this finger.
We're going to get there. Once we get to the end of August, we're golden for the rest of the year. We're going to be just swimming in new content, fun games, great stuff. But we have to actually get there, and we have got a month to get through. And I really would appreciate it if you check out my content, regardless of the fact that it's not brand new games, because I need you. I do. I need your support. Now that I'm out here in Washington, I've got all these bills to pay. I actually just got an update from my mom regarding my old place in Connecticut, saying it's almost done being renovated, probably another week or two, and it'll be done. And then my aunt's going to move in.
All right.
And she's going to live there for a while, so I'm going to have all these extra bills coming in that I'm going to need to be paying, and I can't have a month with, there's no new game, so I'll just see Phil in a month, That would suck. I hope that I at least... All right,
so that's the first mention of his aunt. Uh-oh. He's waking up. Hang on. Holy shit, he's waking up. Not this early, dude. No. Okay. So this is the first mention of his aunt is going to move in there. All right. So his aunt is going to move in, and that's that. That's the first mention of that. Aunt is going to move in, dude. Sound good? 2 years later.
The things that I primarily miss about Connecticut. Number one.
What do we miss about Connecticut? Classic.
Times, as I myself am living abroad for school, away from my family, and I find it hard sometimes, as I miss them and I get homesick. How do you cope? Thanks, Ray. Excuse me.
Faraway Man, the scary monster waking up is a meme started by, I believe, Poems Mystery on Twitter. And he said the corner demon, because on random times, you will see Phil has these wide as shit eyes, and it's always looking in a corner direction, or really off screen, but it's become this corner demon. It's a very quality meme.
Well, real talk here.
Yeah, real talk, please.
What do I really miss about Connecticut?
Oh, yeah, definitely. What?
There's a ton of things that I can tell you I don't miss, because I wanted to get the fuck out of there for many different reasons.
Okay, great. Didn't miss
the things that I primarily miss about Connecticut. Number one, the food. The food's fucking great there.
Of course. Number one, food. Number 5, parents.
The Italian food out the ass, and I get none of it. Since I moved to the West Coast, I have not had
Drop some member bombs.
Big ups, random poster. That is extremely meaningful, sir. Thank you so much. That's not random.
One legit Italian meal.
That is the opposite of random. It's very meaningful.
Yeah, and it's very disappointing. Okay, the pizza and all that. Oh God, some of the food. Oh man, my mouth's
my
like
God,
watering now. Son of a bitch. Oh, actually, I'm having Italian pasta. We're having my sauce and pasta tonight for dinner, so that's okay. I'll get my craving will be satiated, so that's a good timing for this.
What?
But I digress.
Anyway,
The other thing I miss about it, yes, the proximity to being to my parents, my family, etc. It's funny. You're absolutely right because it's funny when you live with your parents or your other family members. Everyone takes each other for granted. Everyone ends up driving each other nuts, and you don't really give a shit. And then when you move out, all of a sudden,
you don't really give a shit. That's what he just said about his parents.
Family members. Everyone takes each other for granted. Everyone ends up driving each other nuts, and you don't really give a shit.
You don't really give a shit.
And then when you move out, all of a sudden, you realize, man, that family member who supports me, and we share time together, and we do things together.
Double cakes.
Now I miss that, and it is with my parents. When I live with my parents, very much so, we both took each other for granted, right? Got into arguments constantly and all that shit.
Look at how can you say that? We both took each other for granted. How do you know she took you for granted? By the way, you could say you took her for granted. What exactly are you doing for them? Could you please explain that?
When I moved out and I was living at the condo in Connecticut for
which was like 15 minutes away from their house. Yes, keep going.
All of a sudden there was more appreciation. Oh, well, Phil's not here anymore. Same thing. My parents aren't here anymore on my end.
There was more appreciation from them. What?
Sudden there was more appreciation. Oh, well, Phil's not here anymore. Same thing. My parents aren't here anymore on my end. And then we wanted to see each other, so we started going to dinner once a week. We would have, see each other for holidays.
How can you say that?
Right? Now I don't have that anymore. And yeah, I'll be honest, I miss them. And it's actually cool because it seems like things are coming together that they're going to visit me or visit us here. Excuse me. Yet again, they're going to come here in June. So they were here for Christmas 2014, and now they're going to come here around June
Our aunt's
for like a summer visit, which would be nice. But I talk to them once a week. I call them, and we have a conversation. Sometimes it's a short one because nothing's going on. Sometimes I just had an hour-long conversation with my dad this past week.
About what?
About everything. About life, YouTube, everything going on with me.
You got the pre-stream? All right, Dad, well, let me tell you about Monday. I'm actually playing a Fall Gout. And then on Tuesday, we're playing Sonic Adventure. And then on Wednesday, we're actually going to be playing a Throwback, a Chill Stream, Morrowind. On Thursday, not really sure yet. I did a poll, so we're going to figure out what we're going to do there. I'm not sure. If you want to vote on that poll, Dad, the link is down below. On Friday, we're going to probably go back to Like a Dragon-ition, but I'm not sure. That's still up in the air. So, yeah, that's pretty much how I'm going.
Catching them up on everything. So I stay in contact with my parents. We keep each other informed on everything. And in a lot of ways, I kind of have to as well because I still own the condo back in Connecticut. I can't get rid of it because it still doesn't have enough equity in it that I could sell it and not lose money. And plus, my aunt lives in the condo now, too. So, I still have ties to them. Do I miss going to dinner with them? Yes. Do I miss seeing them more frequently? Absolutely.
Dude, everything is food. I miss going out to eat with them when they obviously pay. They're fucking paying. Everything is related to food. What do you miss? First thing out the mouth is food. What do you miss? I also miss my parents. Going out to eat with them.
I didn't see them. This past year, 2015, was a tough year because that was the first full year I didn't see my parents at all. The entire year, I did not see my parents once. Wasn't with them for any holiday, even though I'm typically with them for every holiday. So, yeah, it was a big change, but...
we haven't revealed it yet on this stream, but as spoiler, yes, she was.
It's change in life, you know what I mean? And as long as you keep yourself occupied with other stuff, and really that's kind of the thing in life. Whenever something bothers you, got to keep yourself occupied with other positive stuff. Leanna and I had a fun year last year together where we went to different things and we celebrated holidays in a lot of cases for the first time together, and it was a lot of fun. So, yeah, you're going to be homesick.
Oh, we did, we went out a few times. There was holidays, different things.
Absolutely. I get it from time to time. I feel, damn, I wish I was at my parents for Christmas to spend the time with them and to eat the food and again, all that kind of traditional stuff. But it's part of life to grow up and things change, right? And, you get used to it after time. And like I said, everyone's traditions and things change over time as well. So, Just taking a look at how long I'm going. Okay, almost 17 minutes. We definitely got a lot more time we can go in this.
Okay, definitely. I kind of want to hear this question. Give me 1 minute on this question.
All right. This one is from...
Not related to Ant, but just a little tiny field trip.
Sasassin. Or it's either S-A-Sassin or Sasassin. I don't know how to pronounce that. 77.
Okay.
Here's the question. Phil, over the years, I know you've been through a lot of adversity. Being DDoS'd, swatted, false copyright strikes, knowing that there's been negativity about you on the internet, etc. Seems like you really have some thick skin and that you overcome it. And you're still moving forward. I want to know how you overcome this negativity on a daily basis. Listen, I kind of
here we go.
already talked about this in part 1, so I'm certainly not going to reiterate the fact that because I feel that I have meaning and I make a difference in people's lives,
have meaning.
That's why I keep doing it. But I'll be honest, yeah, daily, just daily.
Yeah, daily.
Emails, nasty tweets, videos being made about me, constantly negative. And the funny thing is, I really truly do believe that there's people out there that kind of feel completely the polar opposite, right? But the bottom line is, the human beings, the human condition, like in your head, you're conditioned to always do the negative, not the positive.
Are we?
So for every 1,000 people who hate me, there's probably 1,000 people who really like me, but it's going to be those 1,000 people who hate me that make the videos and send the nasty tweets and do the shit, right? And that's the thing. So it's hard when all I basically see.
Yeah, that happens to everyone. I don't know if you knew that. There's 1,000 people that like him, 1,000 people that hate him, but he's the only kind of person that the 1,000 people make videos.
Almost a purely negative face.
I didn't
almost
see it,
every
Jay
day
Luis. Let me check.
to keep going. I'll be honest,
Check.
but
Maybe it's not working.
I mean, the bottom line is,
oh God,
I'm still here. You know, it
double.
would have been one thing if originally when I started getting this kind of negative wave back in, well, Jesus, what was the first year? 2011, 2012, I would say. Late 2011, early 2012 is when it all started. This almost backlash against me. That how dare Phil be popular on YouTube when all he does is raw gameplay throughs. You know, there's other YouTubers who do video editing and all that. They should be the ones that are popular, not him. And ever since then, that's kind of the negative, thing that I face. I'm not the guy. I'm not the one who does it right.
So it's not that this is how you don't play for sure. Then what you just said.
I don't do it well enough. I don't deserve the popularity or the success that I've had. Yada yada yada.
Yada yada yada.
And I've had it constantly.
Bada
Boom,
bam,
boom,
bada
boom.
bam.
But I'm still here. In fact, if you actually think about it, at this point now, and this is kind of weird to think of it this way.
It's definitely weird.
2008, I only made videos for a few months. 2009, very positive. Everyone loved me on YouTube. 2010, very positive. Everyone loved me on YouTube. 2011, when I started making a living, Phil's making money doing this? Well, that's it. You know, that now we got to start writing him off because that's not fair that he makes money playing video games, right? That's when the negativity started. So I'd say maybe even you want to say full year 2011 was positive. All right. 2012, 13, 14, 15, negative. All negativity tossed towards me, right? I've had
Negativity tossed towards me. Nothing that he did, of course.
more years where the majority of YouTubers think that I'm an asshole than have actually liked what I do.
Get the hint?
But I'm still fucking here. So just think about that. I'm still here. Like, how could I not say that I've pushed forward and just persevered against all this shit? Like, think about that.
There we go, Jay Louise. Came in a little late. Can I get a thanks for the money dummy shout out? Absolutely. Thanks for the money dummy. Because that's exactly what you are. These dumb little kids. Good pause here.
I had a couple years where I was virally popular in a positive way. And since then, negative. I'm still fucking here.
I'm done with this. I don't want to hear him just sucking his own penne.
Next question is from Wallbridge M. I'm not sure how to say this, but how has your father's new job been doing? Also, do you keep in touch with your parents as regularly anymore? So if you don't know what he's talking about, a year ago, my dad had been unemployed for a year. He had gotten laid off from the same company that I got laid off from in 2010. About a year later, he was laid off for a year, but then he finally got a new job late last year. He stayed with that company for about a year, and now he actually has an even newer job.
Whoa.
This job, if you can believe it, is down the street from where he lives at a major company, manufacturing company. He's now a director level, so he got a promotion from where he used to work before he ever got laid off. He's making more money. He's working better hours. The transportation's easy because he works right down the street. He's doing better. He's doing much better than ever before, honestly.
Hell yeah.
And it's kind of funny how stuff worked out. How he got laid off.
It's kind of funny.
Looked like he couldn't get a job for a whole year. Kind of had a starter job for a year, and now he's on the up and up. So it's funny how life works, right? So I feel very glad for that, and thanks for asking that question. I think I already mentioned, every week, once a week, I talk to my parents for roughly a half hour to an hour. I call them and I get them up to speed on all my stuff, and they get me up to speed on their stuff.
Like, what exactly could he share? He has to be sharing about gameplay. What else could he be talking about? There's nothing that happens. You know, most people could be able to talk about, well, at work we're doing this, and yeah, Bobby at work is an asshole, but, you know, what else can he say? Is he going to talk about, like, well, Derek's being tough this week, and Jade's saying stuff I can't understand. The trolls are being more annoying than... What is he going to say? Oh, yeah, because I got friends in no places. I'm a YouTube streamer.
Still has not moved into my place in Connecticut, if you can believe it. She's had all her stuff, her bed, her furniture, all her personal belongings are there, but she's been waiting because she had a bunch of doctor's visits and tests and things she's been doing.
Oh, wait.
Furniture all moved into my...
Hold on.
Up to speed on all my stuff, and they get me up to speed on their stuff. My aunt still has not moved into my place in Connecticut, if you can believe it.
Okay,
She's had all her stuff, her bed, her furniture, all her personal belongings are there, but she's been waiting because she had a bunch of doctor's visits and...
Dude, this was legit. So he said twice she was lived there, but she's not there yet, apparently. This is it. I confirmed. This is chronologically correct.
Her stuff, her bed, her furniture, all her personal belongings are there, but she's been waiting because she had a bunch of doctor's visits and tests and things she's been doing. Supposedly this week she was going to move in. I have to find out this weekend if she did. All right. Last but certainly not least.
Oh, because he's waiting for those checks. I need those rent checks, Auntie.
From Titans301, he says, Phil, why is the internet gaming community so toxic and cynical? Wow.
Thanks, deadhead. Thanks for that. Let me talk for 10 minutes about this topic.
You know, I'm probably the best person to ask.
Oh, you definitely.
This. It's the same thing.
Same exact fucking question. Let's hear how it's going to go.
With not just internet gaming, but gaming as a whole, but not only that, the internet as a whole. Since the internet has happened, since the internet is now popular, since the internet is now out there, anonymity has brought out the worst in people. Ooh. And I mean that to a T.
Rest in peace, T, please. Don't bring that to T. Don't say that about to T, okay? He doesn't need any more from you.
Has brought out the worst in people. And I mean that to a T. Being anonymous on the internet has allowed people to spew the filth that they have held inside of them forever. In the 1990s, if you wanted to insult someone, you had to walk up to their fucking face and say it. And be a man about it. Because if you said it, you might get knocked the fuck out. Ooh. In today's world, especially if you're someone like me who has a public face, thousands upon thousands of anonymous little shits can insult me, and what the hell can I do about it? I'm not there to slap their fucking little bitch faces.
Oh, yeah. Like, you would definitely do that. What did you do when someone had a chance to slap your little bitch face? You cried. You called yourself, sorry, I'm an alcoholic.
And so I have to take the barbs.
Watch out, Nintendo. Look at this. Uh-oh, we got a Nintendo cowboy here. Whoa.
Nastiness of everyone on the internet. And so it is toxic. It really is, because it allows people to vent their negativity with absolutely no balls and no recourse whatsoever. Ooh. They can just destroy. There's people on Facebook. You know, remember the internet bullying that's happening now? Kids in high school who are getting destroyed by internet bullies who are hiding behind their computers. It's disgusting. It's not just gaming, it's the internet as a whole. And the thing is, this is different. That where have we ever faced stuff like this before? Oh no, someone makes a prank phone call to my house. Big deal. It's Joe Nobody. Hang up. But when you get 10,000 people attacking you on a daily basis about...
It sounds like he had prank calls before, too.
Nasty shit? You know what I mean? Why is it that when a new game comes out, you immediately get two fanboy wars going at it, smashing each other's heads together like this? The game's not even out yet. You know what I mean? What? The internet, man.
Oh, yeah.
The internet is pretty wild in this...
The Wild West,
this
That's why you got the cowboy
respect.
hat, I guess.
And the fact that the anonymity has led to the negativity is a problem. And there's no accountability. If someone goes online and makes a death threat, you know, what can you do? Nothing. You can report it to your local people, and they're like, well, we can't do anything about it. Did anyone physically actually threaten you in real life? Well, no. well, nothing we can do. And it's like, that's what the internet's become. So everyone's become negative, cynical, nasty, toxic, and just blatantly attacking each other because they can, because they're now hiding in cyberspace. And that's
I'm hiding in cyberspace. Come in the base, guys. I got cyberspace bunker here. Come on.
Yeah, that is really sad because it really is changing culture. It's changing the culture of the world in some ways, you know? You got fucking shows like TMZ that have become the hugest thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Logan, for saying what had to be said. Phil was the troll hiding behind his computer in 2006. Yep. He was the one that talked insane shit on the SRK forums. We showed it so many times. And then he would say, oh, no, it's just trash talk, normal trash talk. But when someone tried to make it real, he would be a bitch. 2 examples. Obviously the Jaha and obviously Viscount. Let's just say we're going to do GX crotch chops. Really tough guy.
Why? Because you're negative and nasty and attacking? Unbelievable. I just don't understand these people, you know? But no, that's an absolutely 100% correct statement. The internet is toxic. The internet is incredibly cynical and negative. And you got to...
How about you said LTG's your bitch if he doesn't play you in the game?
Understand that when you go on the internet. That everything that you see on there, you may see this new bandwagon thing, this new fad, and you got to take it like that because... Unfortunately, that's what a lot of people are doing. That's what a lot of the internet is right now.
This word salad, whatever he's talking about.
It's great stuff. I only wash with her soap. I absolutely love it.
Oh, blackcurrant. Let's get a blackcurrant plug in, guys. If you want to get the blackcurrant soap, here we go.
Where you can buy handmade glycerin soap.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear this.
So please consider pledging.
Okay,
all right.
After the
and
Patreon.
Then last but not least, my girlfriend Leanna owns her own business called the Black Currant, where you can sell.
She owns her own business, the Etsy shop. I mean, come on.
Handmade glycerin soaps and wax tart melts.
Oh, wax tart melts.
Where you can buy handmade glycerin soaps and wax tart melts. Excuse me. And this is high quality stuff. It's great stuff. I only wash with her soap. I absolutely love it. Wax tarts smell great, make your house smell good, and they're
Ukbuk is requesting Jaha shut the fuck up. Okay, we can do that.
Much better than the scented candles that you would buy at like Yankee Candle, because guess what? There's no fire hazard, and you don't need a freaking lighter to light them. You just get a little wax tart melter for like $10 somewhere,
and you're good to go for life. Hazard?
So please check it out. The link is right here on your screen. As we are heading into the holiday season, now is the time to start thinking about gift giving, right? What's a unique gift I could give to a loved one, or my significant other, or you know, my mother, my aunt, my cousin, my nephew, my niece? Because your nephew stinks, he needs soap, right? I'm just throwing it out there. Think about it as a possibility for gift giving. She also does custom gift baskets too, my girlfriend. So if you want to do a custom order or anything, you can do that. She's got all these new scents for the fall, including 2 pumpkin scents, apple spice. One really popular one has been Alpine Frost, which is almost sold out. And she just made a new batch of Kentish Rain, which is my personal favorite soap. It smells just like a combination of like Zest and Irish Spring.
What is that? Kentish? What was that? Kentish Spring?
Which is my personal favorite. Frost, which is almost sold out, and she just made apple spice. One really popular one has been Alpine Frost, which is almost sold out, and she just made a new batch of Kentish Rain, which is my personal favorite soap. It smells just...
I thought it was going to be Dentish Rain. I was like, I'll buy Dentish Rain. Oh, if she had a shop, I would buy it. No doubt. I want to support Leanna.
Like a combination of like Zest and Irish Spring. So check it out.
Okay, cool.
All right, everyone. That is it.
I think that might have been the ant reference.
Pre-stream. It is now time. Dark Souls resumes.
Yes, it was.
Are you excited? I hope
it was
you're
just
excited.
a fucking plug. God damn it. I got trolled. All right, here, let's listen to Jaha real quick. Just that part. This is a request from Ukbuk.
The doctor.
We respect Ukbuk.
He just can't eat the thing. He can't eat the things he likes anymore because he's worried about, you know, his blood sugar.
Dude, I love fast food. I love double cheeseburgers. I love the grease. I don't eat it anymore. I had to get used to that.
Yo, Phil, how are you getting used to it? Go for you.
That was it. Let's listen again.
I love double cheeseburgers. I love the grease. I don't eat it anymore. I had to get used to it.
Yo, Phil.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
We got it. We got that. When I first heard that, I could not believe it existed. Like, I was so happy.
I just didn't like
you cannot imagine finding that. It was incredible the first time I heard that. I lost it, dude. I was like, how does this exist? This should be like, this is like the top. I mean, I don't know. It just like, it seemed like it should have been a bigger deal. Like, how did we never hear that before? You know, like I was like, how? I know people have heard it before. It was in the agricultural website had it on there. Someone talked about it, but I was like, I never heard it before. Like, how did this not exist so well? I don't want to talk about this more. And then, holy shit, when I heard that the first time, oh my god, amazing.
For money, shit, and I never booted the game ever.
All right, we're 2017. This is okay. So this is post Leanna now, by the way. Post Leanna. Cat is in the picture, but they're not moved in yet. They've met a few times. That's it.
Ever again, I traded it in actually later on. I traded it in for money somewhere else.
They're listed. Here's the link to
I just
that
didn't
video.
like it. They
and
weren't
here's
for me.
the link to
Sneaking
the
games
whole
were not
video.
for me. I liked many other styles of games. Sneaking games was not one of them. So Christmas Day would be mostly about opening presents and having a good meal. Now, sometimes,
of course, food.
What we would do, instead of being at home all day on Christmas Day, yes, I would open my gifts, but then it would be like, okay, you've opened your gifts. We played for a couple hours. We're going out to see the relatives. So sometimes we would go see my mom's Aunt Aggie. I guess that's what she called her. I don't even know what her full name is. Agnes, maybe, but she always called her Aunt Aggie.
Aunt
and
Aggie.
that was one house that we would go to in Connecticut. And then sometimes we would go visit my godparents, who we would just seen the night before at my
Aunt Aggie.
My great aunt and great uncle's house. Now we would go to their house for Christmas Day. And so there'd be another slew of gifts because it would be giving, more gift exchange between us and them.
Endless presents for this dude. You wonder why he's spoiled right now? Endless.
That day. So it was like gifts on Christmas Eve, gifts on Christmas Day, gifts Christmas night. It was amazing. It was really cool. And then I remember there were some relatives that I never really saw, like my Uncle Richie and my Aunt Joyce. And they didn't live nearby, so what happens, they would mail Christmas cards, and I would end up getting like Christmas cards Christmas week with even more like money and stuff that I could spend on stuff myself. So,
and he tries to tell it like he had a it was kind of middle, low class, upbringing.
That was kind of my Christmas experience. Now, over the years, sadly, over the years, things kind of fell apart. For a few things. First of all, I forgot to mention this.
Oh, yeah, this is some hype family lore. I remember this one.
When I was younger, my parents always made us go to Mass.
Mass?
So it would either be Christmas Eve at some point during the day. We would go to Mass. All right.
Let's go to Mass.
Or sometimes it would be like Christmas Day Mass. At some point in there, we would squeeze in church.
Okay, cool.
Okay. At some point. So I just wanted to mention that because some people are, Roman Catholic, but you didn't go to church on Christmas. No, we always did. I just forgot to mention it. We squeezed it in at some point. We would go to church at some point.
Okay, whatever.
A lot of the times what we would do, we would go to the Christmas Eve Mass and then go right to my great aunt's house right afterward, after the Mass ended.
After the Mass ended.
Now,
yeah,
the reason that
that's Jesus's favorite way of worshiping too. By the way, just squeeze it into your schedule when it's convenient for you. I'm sure if there is a Jesus, that's what he really would appreciate. Just squeeze it in whenever it fits your schedule. Just whenever you have time.
Christmas celebrations fell apart is because my family over the years started to have falling out. I honestly don't even know.
Yeah, this is hype. This
fell apart is because my family over the years started to have falling out. I honestly don't even know what caused it. I don't know if it was teenage years and, kids acting up and having problems and my parents and other parents not agreeing with how kids were being raised, or if it was just drama between. I have no clue. I honestly was not involved in it. I had my own thing going on.
Like what?
So
like what?
I really didn't want to get involved in all the family drama and shit, right? That happened around that time. I didn't, I was growing up. I had my own thing going. I had my own friends, my own hobbies. I don't want to be involved in family freaking drama and people being all nasty to each other on Christmas. So what ended up happening eventually was we stopped going over to my great aunt's house. And I hated that. Even though I was older, I hated it. I wanted to keep going. And I was very disappointed that this falling out had happened.
Yeah, I can't get any more presents. Mommy, do you understand how many presents I'm losing here?
And that we stopped going over there. And then eventually we stopped going over my godparents' house. And I stopped talking to them. Again, for whatever reason, I wasn't involved in it. So,
yeah. So P-Wop, I agree with you. I think that's probably what he's trying to talk around. Nice avatar, by the way. Wings with a different face. But yeah, so it seems like it's something about the cheating. I mean, it makes sense.
Right. Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate
Kevin says, big ups Kevin, says they lived in a tiny house. His parents yelled at each other. He knows what happened. Yeah, but then why mention this at all? You know, it's very weird, you know?
Oh, what ended up happening was my parents said, well, you know, traditionally what we used to do
That's probably
is we used to always go over your great aunt and uncle's house, but now we don't do that for Christmas Eve anymore. We already cooked this nice family meal for Christmas Day. We don't want to cook twice in a row. What should we do? Now, my dad was a huge, he still is, a ginormous
Hunormous.
dad was a huge, he still is, a ginormous,
dude.
gigantic fan of the Christmas movie, A Christmas Story. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie. It's pretty popular. Okay?
Oh, pretty popular.
If you don't know what happens in that movie, on Christmas
Oh, big ups to Hugh Normus for the 50-bit cheer. Thank you so much, Hugh Normus.
Day, the family makes a turkey dinner, but it gets ruined. And so the family says, well, what's open on Christmas? Well, the only restaurants that are open on Christmas are Chinese restaurants because the Chinese don't
Are you
celebrate
serious?
Christmas like the rest of the world. They have their own holidays.
What?
Okay? So
I never heard this. We're going to Chinese restaurants now?
during that movie, they go to a Chinese restaurant and they get a Chinese
Okay, in the
duck
movie.
dinner.
Okay, in the movie.
So what my family decided to start doing on Christmas Eve
Oh,
was start
never
going to
mind.
a Chinese restaurant on Christmas Eve because they would be open. And incidentally, this was something a lot of people in America do because we would go there and they'd always be packed. They'd be very popular. You know, people would be at these Chinese restaurants.
Uh-huh. Well, who cares what they say in China?
And
though?
so I was first exposed to duck on Christmas Eve.
He makes it sound like a duck exposed himself. I was first exposed to duck.
Remember this one to duck
Oh.
on Christmas Eve. I remember this one year I'd never had duck before. And we were at a Chinese restaurant.
Dude's
And I was
acting
like,
like
what am I
it's-
going to get? And
Dude's acting like it's some amazingly unique food. It's just a bird, dude.
I'm like, well, I don't want to just get like normal Chinese food. Let's
Yeah.
order something different. So it was called
Oh,
plum
yeah.
duck.
Was it
Plum
Howard?
duck. Plum-
Clutch reference there. Nerd brew. Oh, Sikorsky Vice President. We got to listen to Sikorsky Vice President. He says, could you please stop blowing bubbles at your desk, sir? Oh, got it. Sikorsky Vice President, of course.
duck. And what it was roasted duck prepared. It wasn't a whole duck. It was a portion of the duck prepared.
It wasn't a whole
and
duck.
sliced into these thin strips. Now, for those who've never had duck before,
Yeah, what's duck?
duck is amazing. It's actually a leaner meat,
Oh,
but it has
leaner.
a fatty layer over it and then crispy, delicious skin. Okay,
It's a leaner meat, but a fatty layer over it.
meat, but it has a fatty layer over it
Okay.
and then crispy, delicious skin. Okay.
Crispy, delicious
And what you would do is
skin.
you take the piece of duck, fork it because it was
That's how you fork it?
delicious skin. Okay. And what you would do is you take
That's how you fork
the
it?
piece of duck, fork it because it was in the strips. You fork it.
You fork it. Like he's 3 years old forking his carrots. That's how you fork it. Hang on, this is how you fork it. Yeah. Buck. Of course he's the kid that could order the duck. Uh-huh. Duck's the most expensive thing on the menu. Linda, by the way, is struggling to hold her family together after both parents are cheating on each other. All the rest of the family is breaking apart. Phil's ordering the goddamn duck. But don't worry, guys. He has a lot of other stuff going on in his life.
Dip it into this plum sauce and eat it. Oh my God. It is mouth-wateringly effing delicious. It's one of the most delicious things I've ever had in my entire life. And anytime now when I go to a Chinese restaurant, if they have some kind of duck, I try to get it because Chinese duck is so delicious. It's like a delicacy.
It's a
really is.
delicacy,
It's just
dude.
amazing how good duck is. It really is. So yeah, if you have the opportunity to try duck and you've never had it, you got to try it. It's one of the best tasting dishes, especially if it's prepared in a certain way. It could really be amazing, mouth-wateringly good. So what ended up happening was now my family tradition would be on Christmas Eve. We go out to Chinese food, and then we have our own Christmas. Maybe what we would do that night, we would come home Christmas Eve and maybe open one present, and then go to sleep. And the next day, we'd open up the remainder of the presents on Christmas Day, and then we'd have our big Christmas Day dinner, which was a big ham or whatever, okay? And then traditionally, we would leave the
Baked
Christmas decorations
ham?
up till about the end of the year, till about New Year's. And then right about after New Year's, we'd take
Okay.
everything down because now you figure all the
We're
Christmas
moving into the
celebrations
Christmas
over, right?
episode.
So
but-
that was Christmas with my family. That's how we would do it.
All right, so we got the little bit of ant lore there. We're still not into any gout situation at all. Haven't brought up the ant and gout yet, but don't worry, we're getting there. Big ups, Copeside Phil says, lower middle class, my ass. His family was upper middle class, and he was so spoiled as a kid, and it makes sense how he acts now. Yeah. Listen to this Christmas. Presents upon presents upon presents. Then we go out to eat and get duck. And remember last Christmas? We had that Italian spread with the shrimp and the sirloin steak. Has he ever had a normal... You know why he hates lunch meat sandwiches? He never had one when he was growing up. You could bet your ass on that. Swaggy David Jr. said they had a Chicky Chang Wang Christmas that year. Now it's a tradition. Chicky Chang Wang. Charlie Chan. Taka taka tuku taka cha. Whatever he says at the end there. All right, so Christmas. Let's move past the Christmas and hope now we can get into the robust. Now we start getting into more.
Also
Gout.
another 200.
Start getting to more Gout style references with the ant. Okay, so that was on the preamble. Now we're into the Gout stuff.
All right.
Shout out to Infinite, who also did another 250-bit cheer. Thank you, sir. You are the cheerleader now for today, of course. 250 bits. Olivisaurus Rex cheered. It said, when you left Connecticut for Washington, did you know that you wouldn't be able to short sell your condo? I know that you really wanted to get out of Connecticut, but it would really suck if you're stuck with the condo forever. Well, here's the thing, and this is the God's honest truth. Here's what happened, okay? When I moved...
Oh, Wilson, don't tell me you didn't know what he said about lunch meat sandwiches. That's iconic. If you haven't, I'll play it. But
out of Connecticut to move here to Washington. A couple things.
Yeah,
Number one.
What's what?
The plan was that my aunt was going to live at my condo long term and that she was going to pay rent. And so therefore I'd be able to get at least a little bit of money on a monthly basis from her to defray the cost of having this condo. Then the plan was hopefully I would be able to eventually sell the condo as let's say, I don't know, let's say 5 to 10 years pass and the value of the condo now, even if it goes down, maybe I've paid down enough of the mortgage so that now I can sell it, right? That was the plan. Or the plan was to possibly rent it out to, short term to pay some of the money until, again, I could sell the condo. All right, keep in mind, I got to say this. When I moved across the country, things were very different than they are now financially. When I moved across the country, I was making a certain amount of money. Within 2 years of me moving, so 2014, I was making this certain amount of money. Within 2 years...
This is when he's massively begging, by the way. This is massive begging time. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you, Wilson. Now I got you. I figured you knew it. I was like, Wilson knows about that. Big ups, Henry Varro. You're a legend, dude.
Here's of me moving.
Not bad.
My income dipped by 50%. All right? And that's the God's honest truth. And no one foresaw that. But a bunch of factors happened. Number one, YouTube in 2014, during the summer when I was moving, of all times, they changed their algorithms. And what it did is it made anyone who made short gameplay videos like mine with what's considered relatively low engagement, meaning you watch a raw gameplay.
Yeah, it's definitely relatively low engagement, let me tell you that.
Video, you're going to skip around it. You're not going to watch the whole video because there's a lot of downtime or maybe there's something boring. You skip to the good parts. Well, because of that, YouTube changed their algorithm. Those videos no longer get any kind of search priority because they're not considered, oh, you watched the whole video. Therefore, those videos don't count anymore.
Doesn't that tell you something about your content then? I mean, you should kind of be thinking about that and want to make sure people do watch more of your videos rather than just showing every single fucking second.
And I got screwed. People who had longer, let's say a 30-minute video of just highlights of a playthrough.
Oh, they were awesome and very much more digestible than part 87 of Skyrim.
Getting all the advertisements and all the search priority while all my shit got shoved under the rug on YouTube. By the way, YouTube didn't tell anyone publicly they made these changes.
And by the way, YouTube never told me, so...
It behind the scenes.
What are they going to tell you? Excuse me, we're sending out, Dear DSP Gaming, we are recently changing our... We're in the future changing our algorithm to really punish low-effort content, and we will be actually prioritizing high-effort content, which makes people watch more of the actual videos. Thank you in advance.
That's number one. Then number two, in 2015, I had a series of horrendous troll-like actions done against me in my business, including false copyright strikes, false flagging of fan art as if I had used it without permission. Therefore, it was considered either copyright infringement or...
No. You deleted all the shit after that. So let's not get it wrong here. You chose to delete all those videos, and that fucked you over.
So I ended up getting all this negative shit against my channel.
I ended up having to delete a bunch of videos that used fan art, you know, deleting.
You chose to do that. No one else told you to do that. Remember that.
Millions of views from DSP Gaming, and literally, DSP Gaming was removed from YouTube search results for like 6 months. So during a prime time of the year when I'm playing all the new releases and I rely on this natural influx, organic growth of people coming in to watch me play the
I know,
new
that's
game.
the crazy part, Logan. He was making $200,000 at the peak. Pay off the house, man. You know? Pay off the house. Think about how easy your life is if you have a house that's paid off. I'm not saying easy, but you know, amazing easier. Let's say it that way. He could have been just raking in the savings with your life if you don't have to pay mortgage anymore. Holy shit. Can you imagine? House paid for, all you got to pay is taxes. That's nothing in the scheme of things for how much money he's making. And he chose to buy figures, DVDs, and then our old friend Scopely started a video game up on a mobile game. And that, holy shit, man.
I got none of it because I was completely destroyed and removed from YouTube search. You know, I used to be at the top. You would search, you know, perfect example, Sea of Thieves gameplay, Sea of Thieves playthrough, Sea of Thieves co-op. And I would be there within like the top 20, 30 names on YouTube. I would be one of the top guys no matter what. Because I've been doing videos for 10 years and people came out to watch my stuff.
The Scopely brass is laughing upstairs.
I was removed. So within 2 years of me moving across the country,
Let's hear this sob story.
I had lost 50% of my income.
Whose fault is that?
So the thing is, when I moved across the country to Washington, it wasn't that big of a deal.
That's why I think ultimately why DSP is so easy to do this kind of content about is because every single aspect of it was his fault in some way. You know, almost every single aspect. Almost every single aspect is of his own doing. If he had an ounce of foresight, an ounce, minimal foresight, he would be in such a better position. But he never did, and now is leaning on his own viewers to make up for his own mistakes. And that's why he has, you know, that's why it's so interesting to us, I think, is because he had so many chances to not fuck it up. But yet he continues to do so, you know? And that's what, and then blames everyone else for those fuck ups. And that's the amazing part.
Like, oh, you know, well, even if I'm stuck with this condo in Connecticut for a long-term time, it's not that big
long-term time
of a drain because I'm making a certain amount of money, which is more than enough to handle if I can't get rid of the condo. Unfortunately, once you lose half of your income, things change. And that's literally what happened to me was, well, now I'm screwed because now I'm paying, no lie, that condo in Connecticut that I'm stuck with and I cannot get rid of is draining about anywhere from $1,300 to $1,500 a month out of my pocket. And I can't sell it.
I don't know how that works. How much does that condo cost? Anyone know? That seems like a fucking lot.
I tried to short sell it right now. The condo's only worth about $60,000 and I owe over $100,000 on it. The bank won't short sell it. They refused. So the only thing I can do is, number one, stop paying the mortgage, in which case now my credit is ruined forever because there'll be a foreclosure proceeding and everything. So that would be horrendous because now all my credit would get shut down. My credit cards, everything would be shut. Now I really can't afford anything. So that can't happen. Okay. The other thing is I could try to rent it, which I tried to do, but there's no reputable rental companies in that part of Connecticut where my condo's located. I've looked into it. There's tons of great companies and they're all in northern Connecticut. And I called these companies and said, would you consider, you know, renting out my condo down in Stratford? And they said, no. That's
Shout out Stratford. Shout out Stratford. That's why we're in Stratford, by the way, for the CT condo.
The high risk, high crime, high, you know, negativity area of Connecticut. We don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole because a lot of the times rentals down there, people default, people don't pay the rent. And then we got to go.
Yeah, I'm sure they said that. Oh, no, this is the high murder, high crime, high urban style area. We don't deal with that. Okay. High negativity, high negativity area. This is a high toxicity area. A lot of toxicity in that area.
Through eviction.
I got to hear high negativity.
Negativity, high risk, high crime, high, you know, negativity area of Connecticut.
You know what he's thinking. I think you're on the right track, Random Poster.
People want to touch that with a 10-foot pole because a lot of the times rentals down there, people default, people don't pay the rent, and then we got to go through eviction proceedings. We're not dealing with that shit. I couldn't find anyone who would take on the responsibility. I take that back. I found one guy who I didn't even know who the hell he was.
What?
He didn't have a public business listing, and he didn't have anything like a Yelp, nothing. And I would just have been taking a shot in the dark on a guy who I had no fucking information about.
It's just a shot in the dark. Please rent out my condo. Just a shot in the dark.
Of him trying to do this. So it sucks.
What, did he find some guy on the street and said, hey, I'll rent out your condo for you? What?
I'm in a situation where I bleed money on a condo I don't need, don't want, and can't get rid of. So it sucks. That's the situation I'm in, That's what I mean. There's so many factors here. It's such a complicated situation. I had a 50% dip in my income. I'm not making... Oh, by the way, I should bring this up.
Oh, by the way.
You said, oh, well, Phil, you mentioned your aunt was going to stay at the condo.
Here we go, aunt.
And she was going to pay rent. Well, within 1 year of me moving, one single year, my aunt got really sick and couldn't live by herself anymore. And that's what happened. She was living there temporarily for about a year. Then she got really sick and had to go into, assisted living or whatever it's called. So that condo has been empty since then. It's, it sucks.
Thanks,
it's terrible.
Aunt.
I can't rent it, and it's just bleeding money. And
bleeding.
So you got that going on, plus the fact that my income has dipped over 50%. Not too good, right? Really bad. And that's the situation I'm in right now. Is really real shitty.
All right, so there we go. Aunt was supposed to move in. Her health went down, couldn't live by herself anymore. Thanks, Aunt. No mention of gout yet, though, so keep that in mind. Big ups, Kevin. Very meaningful. Just have Daddy rent it out for him 5 minutes away. I mean, it seems like his parents did everything else for him. Why can't they do that? But all right, let's go. Next trip.
My parents visited me twice since I moved.
Oh, come on. Look at this fan art. Put a little bit of effort into it.
To the West Coast. Once was right away. Once was the Christmas of 2014 when I first moved.
I want a chopper of penne. Very funny.
Here. And then again in the summer of 2016.
This is very
and both
sus.
times I made my homemade sauce.
This is very sus for multiple reasons, isn't it? It just feels sus. You know what I'm saying? It just feels very sus.
Made sauce. However, the thing is, my sauce recipe changes over time. What I find is that
Oh God, sauce lore? Hype.
And then again in the summer of 2016. And both times I made my homemade sauce. However, the thing...
Hold on, I gotta rewind. Why are we talking about sauce?
Prove it. Any limitation, that's ridiculous. There can be anyone who just cannot enjoy a whole medium of entertainment because of a physical limitation. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
All right.
Shout
out to YOLO Dopper. And he says, is there any way you could get other family members to try your sauce so you get feedback to improve it so later on you could use it in your online restaurant? First of all, I'm never going to have an online restaurant, but...
Extremely. One of the most dented questions I've ever heard. Thanks. I get fucking... Wait. Oh, it put stars there for me, Danny. I can't see what that means. Aunt, get, kid, and unfaithful parents.
My parents visited me twice since I moved to the West Coast. Once was right away.
You got censored, dude.
Once was the Christmas of 2014 when I first moved here. And then again in the summer of 2016. And both times I made my homemade sauce. However, the thing is, my sauce recipe changes over time. What I find is that I refine it. This works, this doesn't work. I'm going to add some cheese this time. Nah, I didn't like it. I won't add cheese next time. How about some pepper? All right, too much pepper. Next time I'll do a little bit less pepper. See what I mean? So every time I make the sauce, I change it a little bit.
Sometimes I burn the meatballs. Sometimes I don't burn the meatballs. It just changes. More sugar, and then I try more sugar, and then more sugar.
And I try to get it, just a little better, just a little bit, tweaked this way or that way. What? So even though my parents have actually tasted my homemade sauce twice since I moved here, it would probably be different again if they visited today. It would probably taste different from when they tasted it before. So that being said, my family members, my parents have. Other than that, I really don't have any other family members. I don't. Huh? I don't have any siblings. I don't have any close relatives. The close relatives, sadly, a lot of my close relatives have passed away recently. My aunt and my great aunt both passed away in the past few years. So really, I don't have much family left besides my parents. But yeah, both times my parents tried it, they liked it. Albeit, I do make my sauce spicier and less sweet. My mom had in her recipe, like, put a cup of sugar into the sauce. And I did it once, and it tasted so sweet to me. I was like, oh, God, I need it less than that, you know?
This is new to me. Hold on. How much sugar did they add? Let's see. What episode is it, though? Hold on, I got it. Don't worry. I'm on it. I will not go without figuring this out. We need the true sauce lore.
All right, everyone, so this is it, the big day. Today, I'm going to attempt...
I think it's in the last one.
All right, so the final stirring.
Yeah, I think it's in this one.
All done, right? Look at that. See that?
Oh, see that water?
Get a little bit of chunkiness to it. It's thick.
It's rich. Oh, see that? If you want the consistency of tomato soup, that's what you're looking for.
You got all kinds of pieces of the tomato and stuff in there.
I love tomatoes.
And keep in mind, as this simmers, it'll actually cook all those little pieces of tomato that are in there.
And it'll reduce the liquidy aspect somewhat.
All right.
Panda's praying that's the truth. She's just saying it so she can pray it into being.
So, now what we're going to do, we're going to add all of these seasonings.
Oh, here we go, boys. Here we go. Hope if you're Italian, you could watch this part. If you're not Italian, close the tab, guys. Close it. You can't enjoy this. You can't enjoy the choices made here.
Starting with oregano. 25 shakes.
So fucking dented. 25 shakes, okay? Gotta count this out. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. He did it, too! He did it!
Garlic salt.
How many shakes?
It's 2 shakes, yes.
Oh, 2 shakes.
No,
2 shakes of garlic sauce in that much water? It's not gonna do anything. 2 shakes.
we have both garlic and onion salt, so.
I'm actually going to do 4 shakes.
Whoa, don't go crazy, dude. Whoa, hang on. You did 4.
Onion salt.
Onion salt. How many shakes?
4 shakes or 2?
1, 2, 3 shakes.
Oh, only 3.
Red
Dude's acting like he's making a potion.
pepper, which was not in the original recipe, but I wanted to have a little bit of kick.
Oh, a
the
little
sauce.
kick.
So I'm
a
going
little kick. Hang on.
to give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shakes.
Serious? You see how many cups are in that thing? He's putting 5 shakes? You get 1 pepper flake every 10 bites.
Like a good amount, not
Keep
too
in mind,
much.
it's for the whole pot, and it's very big chips, so probably didn't come out. The recipe calls that you can add a bay leaf if you want. I'm going to add 2 bay leaves.
Whoa!
Not 3.
Whoa, let's not go crazy.
That's what I used when I made the brine for our barbecue chicken. I used 4.
Whoa, nice, Leanna. Big ups, Leanna, for the context.
When I made the brine for our barbecue chicken, I used 4.
Whoa. Thanks, honey. Anything else from your day at kindergarten?
1.
Okay, that's bay leaf.
2. Ooh.
Ooh, broke 1.
3. I'm going to add 4.
Oh,
Okay.
go
4
crazy.
bay leaves for the whole thing, the whole pot. Now you can really start.
Oh, but, Matthew, you're right about the back. Those are the meatballs. Those are the burnt meatballs.
To smell the spices.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, we get 4 bay leaves, but 2 shakes of garlic salt. What?
I love
Remember the
oregano.
cooking.
Oregano and cilantro.
Now, this is one important change I'm making. Last time I made this, the recipe calls for a cup of sugar. I put a cup of sugar in there, and I thought that it was too sweet. When I tasted the sauce, I was like, why does it taste so sweet? My mom's sauce doesn't taste that sweet. So,
Okay, so maybe it was always a half sugar.
I am not going to put that much.
Maybe half of it or 3/4.
I can get the fucking box open. There we go.
Yeah, this is our special sugar. Ooh, a high top shelf sugar. That cane sugar, hell yeah. That goes great with the gout. That cane sugar, pure. What? That's a cup, isn't it?
Just under 3/4 of a cup. That's what I'm gonna put in.
Huh? That looks way more than a cup.
There.
Doesn't it?
And I got sugar all over the countertop.
Well, I'll take care of that.
What? That's an amazing amount of sugar. Chew, do you have 1 second? Chew, can you come here real quick? You're not on camera, don't worry. We got to get your cooking take on this. Chew's coming in, guys. Hold on. So we need to know, Chew, how much, Chew's now looking at the screen like you guys are. Chew, how much sugar is that in cups? Could you say in the mic, please?
1 cup.
Oh, she said 1 cup. So I guess we got to trust it. Yeah, he said that's not 1 cup. So we're just wondering. You want to see how much this looks? Watch what he's doing here.
And I got sugar all over the countertop.
Watch,
Well, I'll take care of that.
This is the best part. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Now, what does the sugar do in the sauce?
Adds sweetness, adds a contrast. If you don't, it's all gonna be tartness.
What do you think about that sugar amount? That's for his spaghetti sauce. You need the sugar. Do you think that looks like a normal amount of sugar or what? What do you think? He said it's his family recipe, so it needs. That's what his mommy said to do. Do you think that's normal or not normal? You gotta say it in the mic. All right, Chew got the point. We can watch that later with Chew some other day. Thank you, Chew, for your input, though. We need the professional input. No, he means the Nurbru's talking about the sugar. He doesn't hate you at all. Yeah. Yeah, we're saying hi, Chew, though. Look, you're getting praise. They like you more than me. Hi, Chew, hi, Chew, hi, Chew. Don't worry. Okay.
And you won't have any
It's
kind
going to be
of sweetness
acidity
to
from
the sauce.
tomatoes.
Right, you'll have
And then spice.
tart and its acid and nothing else. All right. So now we gotta stir all that in, and then we add our final ingredients and then the meat. So let me get the slotted spoon again.
Yeah, see? Big ups, everybody. Okay, we got the point, though. So he did use less. He did use less than a. Well, in his mind, he used less than a cup, but yet he used more than a cup because, as Danny, the DK says, that measure comes for liquid, not solids. Classic. Awesome.
Try to watch the current. So I tweak it. I put in pepper and other spices to try to make it have a more kick to it.
El
My
Cheapo,
mom prefers
that's
a little
cool.
bit more mild. So, it is a little different, but they liked it. So
Oh, God, I gotta
one
get
day
out of there
maybe
before I see
again
the
I will
feet.
make sauce for my parents. We'll see.
Okay.
Flutter.
Anyways, that's the end of the ant. With the ants are officially passed away. That was the only point of that. But a good field trip, though, nonetheless. And hello. We have our mascot in the house.
I don't know. I'd have to catch up on like 2 fucking seasons before I could even, try to watch the current stuff.
Yeah, I've given up on that.
All right. My aunt trash bag tipped me $1 and said Incredibles 2 is terrible garbage. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Spawn Killer tipped $1, says Phil, why did you stop doing DSP inbox that you did in 2009?
I just wanted to show that my aunt trash bag, which I don't know if it's in reference to his aunt, but there we go. That was it.
Way.
Here we go.
Now let's get the people who contributed during today's stream. We start off with Conway, who cheered and said, what is your favorite drink? I fancy myself a Diet Pepsi. I don't have it. I don't have an overall favorite drink. I don't have like, wow, this is the one thing I like to drink all the time. No, I don't. During the daytime when I'm streaming, typically, if I don't have a coffee in the morning, I'll drink a Kickstart energy drink. This morning I had coffee, so I don't have one. Instead, I have a seltzer water here, and I have a regular bottle of, purified drinking water. At dinner, I drink cherry juice. I know that sounds weird. I drink cherry juice not because I like it, but because it helps regulate the acid.
Here we go, boys. Here we go.
I know that sounds weird. I drink cherry juice not because I like it, but because it helps regulate the acid levels in my body. I have a disease where my acid levels in my body can get out of control, causing a lot of problems with pain in my joints and swelling and stuff. So, and it's a hereditary thing. I didn't know this, but my aunt had it her whole life and didn't really tell anyone. And then I found out a couple of years ago she had it. I was like, well, it makes sense why I have it then, even though I never knew I had it. So I drink cherry juice at dinner to keep my acid levels down. And, I don't really have a go-to drink. I never really have had one like that, so.
So by the way, since we've been in this world for a while, I've been, read a little bit about gout, and apparently you can be hereditary, right? Like you can be more prone to it. However, it always requires your input to get there, right? So like it is you could be more prone to it, but you still have to put in the work. You know what I mean? So and as we know, Phil definitely did, you know, so.
And you know, I don't really have a go-to drink. I never really have had one like that. So all right, so
that was the first mention of the ant causing the ant. My aunt had gout. She never told us, but here we go. Now we get people calling out that. Shout out to Assassin's Creed.
The Oracle is hiding inside. I'll finally get some answers.
Okay, the house of the Pythia. Actually, I've been here already. Yeah, I already cleared this. Remember, originally when I was here, it was full of troops, but I already cleared it, so I think I just walk right in. No! Now we got a pig. Every animal wants me dead. This pig's angry I killed the legendary boar earlier. That was my auntie! How could you?
That's it. That was my auntie.
This boar is a pain in my ass. Come here.
We beat the legendary pig. My auntie.
Fire. Shit. Now.
Shit. Shit.
Set fire out.
Oh shit.
You're burning.
Must not burn through. Shit.
What? All right. Anyways, that was a silly one. Oh god,
what?
Forza. Let's see how we got here. Let's go back. I promise there's a point to this, but let's see how we got here.
Straight ahead, it's showing. Hey, you know what? How much do I bet it's in the water down here?
Come on, man.
I bet it's in the water
Oh,
right here.
come on. Okay.
Well, shit.
Okay, now what?
I think I was. Oh,
what's your plan, smart guy?
This is where they spawned me? They spawned the car in the river?
Yeah. Shout out to Austin Powers. Great scene.
What the fuck?
Are we gonna get out of here? Okay, we're out.
Here it is. I got it. That was a messed up way to get the board, but I got it. Holy crap, dude.
Holy crap, dude.
Okay, well. Shooter Games 2000 just tipped me $1. He said, have you ever been to Bellingham? If so, what restaurants would you recommend to go to? Bellingham? No, I've never been to Bellingham, Washington. Bellingham, I believe, is actually where my aunt used to live a long time ago when she lived in this state.
Okay, so here's some new lore. The aunt used to live in Washington.
A long time ago when she lived in Washington. Bellingham, I believe, is actually where my aunt used to live a long time ago when she lived in this state. No, I've never been to Bellingham. Nope. Okay, a Lake District spin.
So there we go. Aunt used to live in
Thank you all very much for the engagement today. I appreciate it.
Let's keep going here.
Christmas? Oh, yeah.
Big ups 100 likes.
Ratty Bags
good one. It kind of sucked, I'm not gonna lie.
Of McRibs for Christmas. Oh yeah, then go right to the hospital afterward. Go right to the hospital for the stomach pumping.
Uh-huh. Yeah. The stuffed shrimp and sirloin steak are...
Hoopster says it's evident from now versus a lot of my older videos that I'm living in more healthily. Really? It is? Wow. Yes, MTC, dude, chicken is much better than beef. Chicken is fine. Beef and red meat are the things that have high acid levels for my medical condition, as they say.
Say the name, Philip. Say the name.
Things that have high acid levels for my medical condition, as they say.
Say the name.
As they say. Oof.
I've heard that's not true too, though, is it?
I don't want to be Mr. Views. The truth of the matter is, I have no problem talking about my medical condition, also known as gout, which I don't have anymore. Gout is when you have a flare-up, but I just don't like when people constantly bring it up like it's something like an insult that I have it. It's actually hereditary. My aunt had it, which I didn't know.
Uh-oh.
My aunt apparently had it her whole life, didn't tell anybody, and we just found this out like last year.
after I'd already had it for like 2 years. Then we found out she had it.
So this is blaming her now. That for me turns it into blaming her for it, right? Like at first you could say he just said like my aunt had it too, so it's kind of, you know, then I of course then I got it. But this one turns into blaming, in my opinion. It like turns into blaming.
I apparently had it her whole have it. I just don't like when people constantly bring it up like it's something like an insult that I have it. It's actually hereditary. My aunt had it, which I didn't know. And my aunt apparently had it her whole life, didn't tell anybody. And we just found this out like last year after I'd already had it for like 2 years.
So if you had known, what would you have done? And yeah, she's after they found out after she was dead. That's good. I don't know, Soup GG.
Then we found out she had it. I haven't had any issues with my gout in 2 years. It was the summer of 2016 was the last time I had an issue with it. I haven't had any problems whatsoever with it since then, because I've totally adjusted my diet and everything. So.
Sit rep. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Scoutman wants to know if fast food gives me diarrhea. It depends. Yeah, some fast food does. Like, you eat fucking shitty Taco Bell or, you know, something gross. Yeah, you're probably going to have diarrhea. But in general, no. I don't get diarrhea just from because I ate fast food.
Great question. Thanks for asking
Liquid
that.
Richard took me $1.
Liquid
and then
Richard.
I got a troll tip of someone impersonating wings. Thanks for the troll tip, stupid. Full Metal Crusade cheese. What about the McDonald's triple stack breakfast sandwich? I don't know. I never heard of it. And MTC Dude said, hashtag thanks, aunt. Well, it's not like my aunt gave it to me. Like I said, it's hereditary. Apparently, it's in my family. I just didn't know that she had it. She didn't tell anybody.
There we go.
That she had it. And then we found out after I got it. We found
He laughs at that, by the way, first.
Aunt. Well, it's not like my aunt.
Watch.
And MTC Dude said, hashtag thanks, aunt.
Thanks, aunt. She's dead, by the way.
It's not like my aunt gave it to me. Like I said, it's hereditary. Apparently, it's in my family. I just didn't know that she had it. She didn't tell anybody that she had it. And then we found out after I got it, we found out that she had it before.
So how exactly would that have changed?
I was like, man, if I had known that it was in my family blood, you know, I would have probably eaten differently my whole life.
So then you are blaming her. Now we really are blaming her. I would have eaten differently my entire life.
I was like, man, if I had known that it was in my family blood, you know, I would have probably eaten differently my whole life. But I didn't know that shit was there.
Right.
It sucks that I don't have a good distance gun. Here we go again. Baby Man gave me another 250 cheer with another meme, apparently from Wings. I don't know why he's doing these.
Because you keep shouting it out?
I'm out. Get a win. I get a 65-bit cheer because it got me to an even amount. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Geekroom, for all of your support tonight. Appreciate it.
Let's get that on the leaderboard. Thanks, aunt. I think we're done here. Let's see how he dies here, though, real quick. I like to see that sometimes. We need a good distance gun. Oh, if we just hiding him out, but... Thanks, aunt.
Net call. Supply drop.
Random lyrics or something. I'm not... Got another anonymous dollar tip with some random lyrics or something I'm not going to read. There's someone right there.
I want to see what happens here.
Further collapse expected.
12 people left. Can he pull it out? 0 kills so far. This is definitely meaningful. 0 kills, 12 left. Here we go. Battle time. We find a place to hide real quick. There he is.
There's 2 of them.
Oh, the big ups, DSP Institute.
There's 2 of them right there in that building.
You didn't send me an email. You got to change the... If you change the algorithm, you got to let everybody know. Send an email. Alright. Just let him go. Probably won't need that. He's probably not important. Just let him go. He was an NPC, I guess. No need to get that guy.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
No need to kill people in this game, I guess.
Next
fucking shit.
Supply drop incoming.
What was that? Uh-oh. He got killed by someone else. 10 remain.
Nobody went after him.
You cannot be serious. Come on. Oh, come on.
Somebody
now,
killed him.
now I'm
Did not go
invested. I
after
gotta
him
stay.
afterward. That's weird, dude.
We're stuck now.
There he is.
There he is.
Oh my god, there's 2 guys in there.
Just watching
Holy
it
fucking
unfold.
shit.
Call of Duty Peace Zone. 9 remain.
What the fuck is going on? Good lord.
No need to run in after they're probably
Well, that was a
hurt
fucking
and trying
mess.
to heal. No need to run in there.
I don't
Just
even know if
stay.
they're still alive.
You might want to find out. 5 people left. Let's just stay back here. No need to get involved. They'll take care of it. They'll figure that fight out themselves. We don't want to get involved, guys. No need for that. Hello? Are you finished? So slow with everything. Oh, we're literally in the bathroom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Expected. Travel to indicated safe zone.
Bathroom acquired. Oh, there we go. 4 left.
Top 4.
Oh, yeah, that's really accomplishment. Your first kill. Top 4.
I'm not gonna waste that.
1 kill. Top 4. Hell yeah. I'm a gamer.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Oh, yeah, hold on. What does 4th place get you, though? I gotta check. I'm not sure. I kind of forgot.
4th place doesn't get anything. I'm
fucked.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure about that.
I'm gonna end up inside this fucking water area. I'm gonna get sniped from across the fucking
Just
water.
run!
Here.
What's he stopping to like stopping to like observe the scenery in this very slow fashion? Oh, this is safe. Yeah, this is foolproof. Here we go, boys. This is a water area. Screw this. This is not a river, it's a water area.
I lost my aim. I had him, but I lost my shot. I hit him 2 or 3 times, and all of a sudden, it's so sensitive on this fucking PS4 controller. I lost it.
I was waiting for the excuse.
Sudden, I had him.
I had him, but then I lost my aim.
I lost my aim. I had him, but I lost my shot.
What happened?
I hit him 2 or 3 times, and all of a sudden, it's so sensitive on this fucking PS4 controller. I lost
sensitive.
it. Fuck! I knew that was it because he had a beat on me.
Uh-huh.
Yep. That was close. If I had a better weapon, I would have got him.
Okay, hypothetical.
I fucked.
All right, we're done.
And tanked. The mortgage on it, from my understanding, is on housing market was way up, so I think it was like it's not actually underwater. What that means is, all right. Let's go ahead and answer all of these 3 completely different questions. Okay. He says, question number 1.
Okay.
Why is it not an option to rent out your condo in Connecticut, even if it's only a few $100 a month? Wouldn't it be worth it to do a long distance with a property management company? Yes. Let me explain the difference between simply renting a place that you own and having a property management company. This is kind of an important factor. Many people know I still own that condo back in Connecticut, right? That from 2009
second mortgage
through 2014, I was making all my content in. Okay.
Yes, okay.
And so they're like, why don't you get rid of it? Can't get rid of it because it's underwater.
Oh.
No, not physically.
It's underwater. It's flooded. Okay, so it's flooded.
Physically, it's not actually underwater.
Oh, okay.
What that means is I owe far more on the mortgage for the house than the house is worth. When I bought it, the housing market was way up. So I think it was like 130 grand or something. It's now worth 60 grand. Even though nothing's gone bad with it, everything's fine. The housing market in Connecticut has gone, ooh.
Oh, hand grabs.
The mortgage on it, from my understanding, is still just under $100,000. So I can't sell it because I'd only make 60 grand. I wouldn't have enough to pay the mortgage, and you can't just get rid of a mortgage still owing 40 grand. Okay.
Okay, got it.
So that being said,
Oh,
it sucks. There's no way I can get rid of the house. So
what are you gonna
what
do?
options are there? It could just sit there and bleed my finances, which is what it's been for the past 5 years. That's exactly what it's done. Or I could rent it. Now, right now, I could.
I wonder. That's a good question. Salute your shorts. It is public information, so let's let him keep playing. He's gonna talk about the ant here. I promise.
Call
But
any real estate company in Connecticut and say I want to rent out a property that I have, and what they would do is they would bring in a list of people to screen. All right, they would screen their backgrounds, screen information, find what's called a reliable renter for me.
yeah.
They would find someone to come and sign a contract, lease contract, or whatever. I want to live here a certain amount of time, certain amount of money a month, and everything. Due by this day of the month, etc. Okay.
Oh.
And this person would start living there and start paying rent. Now, that real estate company would take a cut of that money initially. It would only be like, I think they said it's like...
Okay, so on Zillow, this is, I'm about to show the address, but the estimate home value of it right now is $143,100. It was sold in February 4th of 2022 for $92,000. It was sold for that. So there we go. It was sold in 2022 after DSP foreclosed on it. So someone else is living there right now. So it was. How does he time everything the worst possible way? You know. Holy shit. Yeah. In 2017, it went on sale for $67,000 and was taken off. It was taken off the market in 2017, that same year. And then in 2022, it was sold for $92,000. And now it's worth $143,000. He always buys high, sells low, or just doesn't sell at all, actually. Amazing. Incredible. Big ups, dude. Awesome. All right, let's go.
A cut of the first 2 months rent or something like that. They would make a significant chunk. And after that, that's it. They're out of it. And then that person would rent there and live there and pay me directly rent to live there. However, here's the catch.
Here's the catch.
To all of that. Number one, if that person finds something wrong, oh my God, there's a leak in the apartment. There's a leak in the toilet, needs to be fixed. The air conditioner died. Well, since I'm renting it, I'm responsible for maintenance. I don't live in Connecticut. I can't walk into the place.
You pay those people to do that.
To see what's actually going on. So immediately, the moment that anything goes wrong, I would have to hire a professional to walk in the door to fix it, whatever is the problem. So, the faucet's leaking. Got to call a plumber, send them in there probably for hundreds of dollars to fix the leak. You see what I mean?
So it's better just to pay $1,000 for mortgage for the one living there?
Landlord is not easy. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of stress, and it's expensive. You need to bring in a significant amount of money to be able to afford to be a landlord. I don't have said money. My whole point is I'm trying to raise additional funds. What if within the first year of this person renting the place, I'm making some money, but then half the money goes out to shit like that, right?
Half the money.
That's not good.
Phil.
Now, in addition, as a landlord, you're now responsible for all the things that could go wrong. What if this tenant is a real asshole, and at night they have their friends over, they're making loud noises, violating all the rules of the condo facility there, and getting into trouble? They're not going to contact the renters. They're going to contact me. And say, your tenant's an asshole, violating all the rules. If you don't start paying attention to the rules here, we're going to start hitting you with fines. We're going to start levying lawsuits against you because you got a tenant here who's not behaving and is bothering all the other people who live here.
Salt flavor. Ugh.
So then I would have to find a way to get them either to stop, or I would have to take legal action against them, which, by the way, if you're not aware, taking legal action against someone who lives in a property that you own is a nightmare.
Okay,
now,
extremism side Phil.
A third thing that could happen, which would really suck,
what else
would be,
happen?
What if this person's just a complete asshole and ends up being a druggie or someone who's just there to fucking rip the place apart? I actually saw on Twitter another YouTuber, who decided to rip
a single case of someone doing this
and out their old place, literally like what I'm proposing here at my place in Connecticut. And within 6 months, the renter stopped paying rent, and they didn't hear from them ever again. So they sent someone to check out the place. The entire place had been destroyed. They ripped the walls down and took all the piping out of the walls and went and sold it to buy drugs and just destroyed the whole place.
Oh.
Problem is, they own that place. So you have a mortgage on it, you have to fix it. You can just leave it like that unless you're just going to have it as a shithole and pay the mortgage off with a big hole in a building. You know what I mean? So that's all your responsibility. If
someone could do that at any time then. If no one's there, someone could do that at any time. Kick the door down and go nuts.
Renter, okay? Now, what Richie suggested, what about a property management company? A property management company is a company that's supposed to do everything for you. They make sure the tenant pays their rent. They make sure the tenant is abiding by the rules of wherever you're living. If there's something that goes wrong, there's a leak, the air conditioner dies, they take care of all that for you. Whether they have their own people or they hire someone, they take care of it for you. So it's all hands off. The way you see it, it's just supposed to be a revenue stream that's coming in for you with no frills, no fringes. You're not bothered by it at all.
No fringes.
Unless something absolutely extreme happens.
Yeah, watch out. There could be some negativity, some high negativity in that area, remember?
That would be ideal. Now, ultimately, that property management company would take a lot of my money that I'd be getting for the rent.
Again, you are paying right now for nothing. So that seems like a pretty fucking good upgrade. Even if you don't make if you make $0, that is an insane upgrade for you.
That condo in Connecticut. FYI.
FYI.
Average rent in the area is between $1,000 to $1,300 a month. I know that sounds insane, but Connecticut is fucking expensive as shit for no reason. The property management company would probably take half. No exaggeration.
Okay, so again, that's all pure benefit, pure upside from what you're doing now.
So you're talking, instead of making $1,000 a month, which would help me dramatically, I'd probably be making about $500 a month. Okay.
So instead, now you choose to pay that.
Okay. If that, because by the way, if any of that maintenance or whatever has to happen, it comes out of my pocket. So immediately you're talking, all right, maybe a few $100s a month extra if this were to work out.
Yes. It's much better than paying $1,000 for nothing.
So here's what happened. When I first moved from Connecticut to Washington State, I didn't have any financial problems. I was making so much money on YouTube, I could afford everything. Then a million things happened.
Yeah, you could even afford to pay off that house. And that would be a lot. That would be a big fucking boon to finances.
People trolling me, destroying my channels with false copyright strikes. Deriding me, making me look like an asshole when it wasn't fair because it wasn't the truth about me. And then YouTube changed their algorithms, so all my YouTube channels no longer showed up in search anymore.
YouTube.
A million things happened. And so basically after 2-3 years of that place sitting there, and what happened was my aunt was living there. I was allowing my elderly aunt to live there.
Listen to this. I was allowing my elderly aunt to live there.
Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate
that. Pay me to live there. You cannot use the word allow when you make her pay. That is like saying McDonald's allows you to eat their food if you give them money. Oh, sure. We'll allow you to eat this Big Mac if you give us the $5. What?
Showed up and about me. And then YouTube changed their algorithms, so all my YouTube channels no longer showed up in search anymore. A million things happened. And so basically after 2-3 years of that place sitting there, and what happened was my...
Yeah, so Idly Insane is correct. He said no financial issues. All the financial issues happened when he furnished his house. He said that many times. He filled up every room with everything you need, didn't do what normal people do and, take your time, and some rooms don't get anything for a while. He furnished the whole fucking thing, and that's when the credit cards really started. Again.
Aunt was living there. I was allowing my elderly aunt to live there because I knew that she was getting very old and that eventually she was going to pass away. So she wanted somewhere to live in Connecticut until she could find assisted living. And she lived there for a good 2 to 3 years when I first moved here. And then finally she did move into assisted living, and last year she passed away. So for 2 or 3 years, I wasn't going to rent it anyway. I was figuring I'd make enough money, I'll do something nice for my aunt, which I did.
What?
But then,
you said she had to pay.
Anyway, I was figuring I'd make enough money, I'll do something nice for my aunt, which I did. But then when she moved out, it was possible to rent. I looked into it. There is not a single
reputable property management company in that area of Connecticut that will touch that condo with a 10-foot pole. I looked into it, and most of the reputable companies are mostly in the better parts of Connecticut, like northern Connecticut. Because you say Connecticut's a rich state, right? Every time I think Connecticut, I hear snooty white people who are rich, and it's the people like the movie stars that live in Connecticut, right? That is true, but not the part of Connecticut where I live. Part of Connecticut where I live was southwestern Connecticut.
It's very a lot of negativity.
Which is considered lower income, not as good, a lot of bad elements in that area.
Bad elements? What do you mean? What are bad elements?
Lower income, not as good, a lot of bad elements in that area, to say the least. And sadly, it's considered a high-risk area for tenant issues. So most of the reputable companies in Connecticut that do property management will not deal with any properties in my area because they consider it a high-risk area where there's a high chance someone who rents it will end up being a problem, whether they won't pay their rent on time, they'll cause problems with the rules or whatever, and they don't want to deal with that. Like, we have a reputable company. We don't want to deal with assholes where we know that there's a high risk for that, and we have a lot of problems. So sadly, the only thing I would have to do is take an insanely huge chance on someone who basically has like no online ratings, no, you know what I mean? No history, no testimonials. And I looked at a couple
testimonials.
In particular, there was one person.
One person. I met on the street.
Apparently was already doing property management of beach houses down at the beach side of the same town where my condo is in Connecticut.
Okay, cool.
And I contacted this guy via email, explaining to him, listen, I live in Washington. We have a big time difference between us, and I work all day. So please give me email correspondence. This is the best way that we can talk.
Your shorts, so they must have gentrified it. That's why it doubled.
Here's what I would like to discuss, renting this place out, and we can have more further details if you're interested. The guy calls me immediately, even though I said in first contact, don't call me. Fucking calls me, leaves me 3 voicemails during a day. I'm trying to reach you regards renting out your place. I'd like more information.
Yeah, it's called getting business done.
So, obviously, I can't call him back.
Excuse me, sir. Do you recognize I have to play Fallout today? Hello? I have to play Fallout. Don't call me for this shit. Not shit as important as literal mortgage in your name.
Get the fuck back!
Working, right? So then, this was about 2.5 years ago, by the way.
2 to 5 years ago.
Then, I write him back an email again. I say, sorry, I told you initially in the initial email, I cannot email back and forth. I'm sorry about that. That's just the nature. Our time zones are different, and I work all day. By the time I get back to you, it'll be like the middle of the night for you. Please, let's have email correspondence.
Or we could just get this over with in a 5-minute phone call.
The guy fucking called me again. That was it. I'm like, I don't know. This is supposed to be the guy.
Wow, that's it? That is enough to lose a chance of not spending thousands a month?
Who you're going to want to manage your property, and he can't get step 1 communication down?
Yes, I want that kind of guy.
A fucking moron. So how on earth am I going to trust someone like that to take care of my property? And that's what I mean. Like, those are the kind of people who I found in Connecticut. Oh, yeah, I do property management. Well, do you have a website? No. Do you have any reputable reviews online? No. Well, what the fuck? So I'm going to pay this person who I can't contact. They won't contact me properly to do a job and probably do a horrible job and get me in trouble. You see what I mean? The poor problem here. The problem is,
this is amazing.
Ultimately, when you rent a place out, you are responsible for what happens. So if they tear the place apart,
that's why you have
don't
insurance.
abide by the rules, I could get sued.
Insurance.
I could become even more financially bad off by having thousands of dollars in fees and being sued and all this.
So this is the classic case of over-explaining things he knows is a good idea, but he needs you to believe it's not a good idea for him, even though he just doesn't want to go to work.
Which I can't afford, all right? So the potential of maybe getting a few $100s extra every month with the high-ass risk of being sued or getting in trouble by a condo association or getting extra fees on top, it's not worth it. If I could find a reputable property management company to do it for me, 100% today I would rent my condo in Connecticut. But I haven't found a single one.
You already found one. He tried to call you.
They just don't exist in the area. People don't want to rent those places, Okay.
Okay.
So
somehow we have
let's keep going here. Richie7 had more questions.
Here we
Second
go.
question,
We
he says,
do have
even though you love
one-
streaming, so many over the DSP tries it.
Okay, here we go.
First question is from Emilio. He says,
Big ups,
what is your
Emilio.
most favorite thing and least favorite thing that you've tried on DSP tries it? Man, absolute favorite things. That would be tough because I've done so many over the years. It would be very hard for me to say
Choose
that was
one,
the absolute
motherfucker.
best. I remember back in the day, I tried a few things from my local place, Duchess. Okay, that was a local place, only local like Connecticut area, and they're fast food, but it's more diner style. Like they make everything fresh,
diner
little chicken
style.
sandwiches. They make burgers that are amazing. And I remember trying things like I think I had a chicken parm sandwich and things like that. And then those ended up being a staple of my diet when I lived there in Connecticut. I would love eating those because I tried them on DSP Tries It. They were amazing, so I kept eating them.
Dude, who in the world says fast food place becomes a staple of your diet? Who says that? It's a staple of my diet. What did he call the place? Duchess? I kind of want to see this DSP Tries It for this. Has to be amazing, right? Duchess? I don't remember what he said exactly. Was it Duchess?
I had a chicken parm sandwich and things like that. And then those ended up being a staple of my diet when I lived there in Connecticut. I would love eating those because I tried them on DSP Tries It. They were amazing, so I kept eating them. I remember once there was this burger at McDonald's years ago, and I think it was called the Clubhouse Burger.
Ooh,
It was a
Clubhouse burger.
seasoned patty, which they almost never do at McDonald's, with lettuce and tomato, and I think it had a kind of cheese, and it had a delicious sauce, a custom-made sauce. That burger was good, and they only had it for like 6 months. It was really damn good, and then they got rid of it. But I remember the...
All right, let's see the Clubhouse Burger. Not the whole thing. I just want to see what he eats it. Here we go.
Up or trying another food item. This one is called the New Bacon Clubhouse, and you can actually get a full burger pound. Quite interesting that they have such a customized package for this burger. And let's take a look at it. Discover what you love. Look at this.
Look at this, huh? Look at this.
Okay. So here's the
Oh,
burger
CT
itself.
Condo, right on time. Nice pull, Calvin.
I'm going to be honest. The bun's squished. Did they really have to do that? I mean, come on. You couldn't touch it without crushing
Send this back.
it. So here you
Send it
go.
back.
Lettuce, tomato. The bacon
If I have impressions on my bun, send it back.
is actually very aromatic. There's your special sauce. It's on the top and the bottom.
If my burger has dent in it, send it back.
Piece of white cheddar.
Oh.
The bacon is so long, it's actually hanging off of the burger.
Oh my God, it's hanging.
All right, so as you know, the proof is in the taste testing. So I'm gonna put this down, take a bite, and I'll let you know what I think.
Boosting audio.
Here we go. Roll up my
Boosted.
sleeves.
Get ready. This is your time now to mute. I am boosting the audio. Get ready.
The burger, just to show you, is actually so big, it's bigger than the bun. The burger is falling off of the bun with meat. It's not that it's lopsided on there, it's actually bigger than the bun. Pretty nuts. Okay? Rotate this so I can get a bite of all the flavors. Oh, by the way, the caramelized onions are on the bottom, just to show you. There they are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's do this. Mmm. Wow.
Oh, God.
That is incredibly tasty.
Yummy.
That is incredibly tasty.
Oh, he is pleased.
The caramelized onions are extremely flavorful. Hold on, I'm trying to pick up the camera here. They're extremely flavorful, and mixed with the special sauce, they taste delicious, but I'm already seeing an apparent bad problem with this burger.
Uh-oh.
Look, it's falling off the bun. They put so much special sauce on here that everything is sliding off the bun. So that's a major problem. Let me try to get this sandwich back together so I can actually eat
Hang on
it.
a second, guys.
Another major problem is, because the lettuce is all in the special sauce. If the lettuce were to fall off the bun, you
Look at
lose
this
a lot of the
apartment.
sauce.
Looks like a hoarder's house. Look at this. Look at the background. Looks like a hoarder's house.
So I'm going to try to reform it. And
You gotta
save the
reform.
sandwich
Hang on,
here.
we gotta reform it. Hang on.
All right, I think I did.
Here we go. Boosting again.
Take another bite. Mmm.
Oh.
It's really good.
Oh. Oh.
So let me give you an idea.
Oh, God. Oh.
Of all the different flavors I'm tasting in this burger.
He's very pleased.
I put it down face up. I'm sorry, it's face up. It's upside down. But I'm tasting buttery taste from the roll, and also sweetness from the roll. It almost tastes like a pretzel roll.
Oh, pretzel.
I'm definitely tasting the caramelized onions, which are delicious. The meat is definitely seasoned. I can tell the meat doesn't taste like standard kind of almost bland McDonald's beef. It tastes a little bit better. The special sauce is good. I just think there's too much. Look, there's way too much on the sandwich. It's coming off all over the place.
Come on.
So if you want my honest opinion.
Yeah, what is it?
Out of all the burgers that McDonald's offers, right now they have 3 different quarter pounder burgers. They have, you know, your regular cheeseburger, your McDouble or double cheeseburger.
Double.
They've got the Big Mac. Now they've got this. I think this is the best burger they have.
Hell yeah.
Okay? And the combo was only $5.99.
Oh, man,
so when you think about that, the burger's probably about $4 and $1.99 extra for your drink and your fries. It's pretty good.
Oh.
In fact, I would probably continuously go back to McDonald's to try this sandwich. I'm interested now. I wonder what it tastes like with the chicken. But the truth of the matter is, I don't like McDonald's chicken at all. I think McDonald's fried chicken, or even chicken for the chicken sandwiches, is bad. But
scathing commentary.
This is delicious. This is a real.
All right, put your guess for the final poll out of 5. He does do points though, so it's very annoying. But I would say he's gonna give this a 4 out of 5.
Really good burger from McDonald's. I want to take one more bite before we.
Oh hell yeah!
Score.
Audio boost.
And lift it up here.
Here we go. We're boosted.
Problem again, like I said, too much sauce. It's falling off the bun. Everything's falling off the bun.
Here we go.
Mmm.
Oh. 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 Piggies, please.
I actually have to take another bite because it's going to fall off if I don't.
Another bite. We gotta go in again. Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
It's good, but man, do you need a napkin to eat this thing? Okay, so.
Here we go.
The new McDonald's Clubhouse Burger.
He even likes the price. Good point. He does like the price, so that's a good point, Pizza Freak.
Ingredients, good. I like the fact that it's not just a standard McDonald's patty. The problem that I don't like with the quarter pounder variations that they have right now, they're all just the same quarter pounder patty that they've always had. This is some kind of a different seasoned patty. It's large. It's tasty. You can taste the onions, the special sauce, the bacon, the lettuce, the tomato. The white cheddar I can't really taste at all. Maybe that was one of the missteps here, is because you put white cheddar on a burger that already has so much kick, especially because of that special sauce. It's really going to be the loser in the flavor profiles, right? But everything else,
the loser in the flavor profile.
tastes delicious. The price is $4 or $5.99 for a combo right now.
Can't go wrong.
I think it's the best burger at McDonald's. I'm actually going to give it.
Oh, here we go.
A 4 out of 5.
4.
The only reason I'm giving it higher than a 4. It's too messy. Look at that.
Too messy.
There's too much special sauce. It's coming off.
Jay's
Everything's sliding
correct.
off the bun. It's also
Matthew's
greasy.
correct.
The top of the bun. I don't know why they had to get it so covered in grease. So those two things are negatives for it. But flavor is dead on. And this, I would go to McDonald's just to eat this burger.
Gribbis is
so
correct.
The Clubhouse Burger, very good. 4 stars out of 5.
You guys are the winners.
That's it for DSP Tries It. See you guys.
All right, let's get back to what we were talking about.
The Clubhouse Burger being a standout for me.
He does talk about his aunt again.
It's just tough because I'm trying to remember, like, what are the other things? I don't know. Like, I've done so many DSP Tries over the years that it's very hard for me to say. All right, now, but I can tell you definitively what some of the worst were.
Oh, that's
the
it. Never mind. There's not
I would love eating those because I tried them on DSP Tries. They were amazing, so I kept eating them. I remember once there was this burger at McDonald's years ago, and I think it was called the Clubhouse.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's it. Okay, here we go.
Good start. Level 2. Wow, level 2 armor. Good start. Sadly, Ben Boxer says, maybe a relative will croak and leave you with a ton of money like in the Adam Sandler movie. First of all, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want a relative to die for me to have money. That's ridiculous. All right.
But I don't have any wealthy relatives, so the answer there is no, that's not going to happen.
Potential collapse detected. Advise relocation to indicated safe zone.
It was funny because my aunt, who passed away...
It's funny. Sweet.
Advise relocation to indicated
There we go. It's
zone.
funny.
It was funny because my aunt, who passed away a couple of years ago...
Yeah.
My mom...
Where are we going here?
My aunt actually was, like, rich and had a bunch of money saved up. And then when her last couple of years, she had been staying in like assisted living. She was really elderly and messed up with all kinds of health problems.
She was messed up.
And assisted living contacted my mom and said, "Are you aware that your aunt has no money, and there's nothing to pay for the assisted living anymore? That all her money's gone?" And my mom's like, "What?" And she looked into it, and basically, she never even like tracked anything. So she had money, but she didn't know how much. She just didn't care. Because I guess she was getting sick, and near the end of her life, she just didn't give a shit. So she never paid attention to it. And come to find out, all her money basically was eaten away by healthcare costs by the end of her life. So you know, no one to my knowledge.
Okay, I've never pushed this harder. What? Her money got taken by healthcare costs. That sounds pretty sad. But man, that's a knee slapper there. Hilarious.
Healthcare costs by the end of her life. Paid attention
And
to it.
Phil charged her rent. Never forget it.
And come to find out, all her money basically was eaten away by healthcare costs by the end of her life. So, you know, no one to my knowledge, no relatives of mine or whatever has any money or anything like that.
Okay, very funny. Great story. That was pretty funny, though. That added a lot of comedy to my day.
Thank you to Arnity for 1,000-bit cheer. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, Arnity.
Dope Soap, I have no idea. He's asking about next year's shit. Right now, my concern is right now. I can't worry about, how are you going to do next year's tax and stuff? How the fuck would I know? I can't do the ones now.
This is smash the taxes goal. Yeah, hell yeah. Smash those taxes.
I just did a 200-bit cheer. Could you please record one video in Connecticut featuring the old brown couch? Sadly, number one, I'm not going to the old condo.
Why not?
And number two, I don't think that couch exists anymore. I'm pretty sure it was moved out of there at one point when my aunt was living there years ago. So I don't think the brown couch is in existence anymore. I'm pretty sure the condo's completely empty. There's no furniture or anything in it anymore. So
one more condo tour.
There's no point because it's empty. You know, it'd be one thing if there's
nothing
in there. An empty building, It basically looks exactly like it looked when I moved in. You know?
You're just gonna point to empty rooms. It's like, all right.
Very funny.
This is a room, and this is also a room.
Hilarious. This is kind of funny though, because like the other people are kind of being more funny than Phil, and you can tell he really hates it. Even though they're not even being funny, but they're at least being like kind of talking at least, and he does not like it.
We had to fucking buy Domino's fucking thing open. Desperately looking for somewhere to eat, and we can't find anywhere. So we guess where we had to eat. Of all places, we fly to Connecticut, the hotbed of Italian.
You could actually go to a grocery store and make something at home, but let's hear how bad Domino's is, right?
And seafood cuisine on the East Coast of the United States. Where did we eat the first night there? Domino's Pizza.
As opposed to, you could actually go to the grocery store, make something yourself.
It was the only thing open on a Sunday night. There was literally nowhere else who could deliver food, and there was no food to buy because there's no in-house restaurant. We had to fucking buy Domino's fucking pizza. So we ordered the Brooklyn-style Domino's pizza, which is a joke. All it is, instead of regular Domino's pizza crust, they try to flatten the pizza out and make it look like a New York pizza. It's not. It was hilarious because Kat's eating. She goes, I mean, I'm hungry, so I'll eat this. But why is this pizza so goddamn salty? I said, because it's fucking Domino's. It's gross. This is nothing like what we're going to eat here for the rest of this week. If anything, I said, here's how we should treat this, right? This is the worst meal we're going to have all week. The absolute fucking worst. There's no way you could have worse than this. So treat this as the worst meal, and everything else we'll eat here for the rest of the week will be better than this. So, it was bad, dude. All right. So, now we're here. We're here in Connecticut. By the way, I will address this because a couple of people actually asked this. Someone said, why didn't you stay at your condo? Right? Your old condo.
Yeah, great question.
Because there's nothing there. There's no bed. There's no couch. There's no furniture. There's nothing in the condo. It's empty.
Yeah, air mattress costs $20, but why don't we just get a hotel for 3 days? You know, who needs it?
Now, my aunt moved in. All her shit went in there for a couple of years. Then my aunt moved out, and all her shit got moved out. The whole thing is empty. And nothing, by the way, nothing works either. The air conditioner's broken. Like, nothing works in that condo. So we're usually on the floor.
Oh, yeah, Linda was paying for the trip. Good point, Pizza. That's a good point.
So, no, we didn't. That's why we were staying at a hotel. Okay? All right. So, Monday. The big day. Kat's finally going to meet my parents. And we're going to, be doing things in Connecticut for the first day. Big day. So what's the first thing that happens? We wake up early in the morning. Why? Because the hotel we're staying at has a morning breakfast program that anywhere between 6:30 to 9 a.m. you could get free breakfast, and it's supposedly we heard from all the reviews online, it's really good breakfast. Okay? But here's the thing. We're from the West Coast. 6:30 to 9 a.m. is actually 3:30 to 6 a.m. for us.
Okay.
So the good news is we were actually tired from the flight. So because we were tired from
the flight. Reminder, this was a how many hour flight?
The flight, we were actually able to eventually, after eating this disgusting salty fucking Domino's pizza, we got to sleep, and we probably, I'd say, got about 4 to 5 hours of sleep. And then we had to get up for this breakfast in the morning. Okay? So we get up, we go downstairs for the breakfast, and we were blown away how good it was. It was, just to give you some example, tons of different kinds of bread and grain. So you have toast.
Bread and grain. You know the joke I could say here, but they had lots of bread and grain.
Croissants, Danish and pastries,
oh,
bagels of all kinds of types, muffins, like anything you would want. Okay? Then they had a fruit section.
Oh, fruit section.
Melon, pineapple, strawberries, grapes, yogurts with granola, that kind of stuff.
Oh, holy shit, dude.
Scrambled eggs.
Oh.
And 2 different kinds of breakfast meats. It was turkey sausage and Dewie sausage. I don't know how to say it. 2 different kinds of breakfast sausage. Cereal, whatever kind of cereal you want, different cereal dispensers.
It sounds like a normal hotel breakfast.
And a waffle.
Yeah. Thanks, Logan. Good point. He eats dinner at 4:30 every day because he's still on CT time.
Waffle maker. Cereal you want, different cereal dispensers with milk.
Oh, Elmer's Glue, big pool.
And a waffle maker. Now, Kat loves waffles. And a waffle maker. Now, Kat loves waffles. It's one of her favorite foods. Waffle maker. Now, Kat loves waffles. It's one of her favorite foods. And she was ecstatic that they had a waffle maker. So she made her own waffles in the morning with just a little bit of like fruit, while I basically had like fruit and a bagel and some eggs. I went all out, and she was just doing like waffles and a little bit there. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Breakfast for sure. Oh, and also coffee of all different kinds. They had like strong, light, all different kinds.
They had different kinds of coffee, strong and light. Holy shit! This was like a paradise. So hold on a second.
So it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
On. What did it have?
Breakfast for sure. Oh, and also coffee of all different kinds. They had like strong, light, all different varied coffees.
Oh my god, it's incredible. That is a very robust breakfast program. Correct.
Also had a fruit juice bar.
Oh, fruit juice. They have fruit juice.
We actually like apple juice more than orange juice, so we each got an apple juice. They had orange juice, grapefruit juice. We got apple juice with that. So he
never says the T. It's very strange. Watch. He always says like they have apple juice, grapefruit juice, fruit juice. He always says fruit juice.
They also had a fruit juice bar.
Fruit juice.
So we actually like apple juice more than orange juice. So we each got an apple juice. They had orange juice, grapefruit juice. We got apple juice with that.
He dropped the T a lot. It's not the first time. Our
breakfast, very good, very, very hit the spot. So we go back to our room. We call my parents. We're like, okay, we're now ready. We don't have a car.
All right, I can watch that all day. We'll move on.
Add it to the court record.
Wow. So it costs $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. Add it to the court record. Wow.
Very funny. Hilarious, dude.
Someone named John tipped me $1 and asked, "Do you think I'll ever get gout again?" And another question, am I liking Phoenix right? Well, gout is a medical condition that basically means you have an acid imbalance in your body.
Shout out.
Your body has way too much, I forget the exact kind of acid it is, but basically you have
uric acid.
Too much acid and it builds up in certain parts of your body, usually in the feet and the toe joints, but it can actually be in any joint. It could be in your ankle, your knee. It could actually, it was known to be like in your arm muscles as well. And it causes extreme swelling and pain because what happens is the acid forms crystals that actually attack the joint bone.
Okay. They attack. They go on the offensive. All right, boys. Attack. Charge.
Okay? That's pretty crazy. I didn't know any of that until all of a sudden a few years ago, my foot swelled up like a balloon and I was in excruciating fucking pain. Okay? So I didn't know anything about this at the time, and I started doing research.
Attack on elbow.
And come to find out, my aunt, as well as, I forget who else it was, there's 2 relatives in my family who have had this before and never said anything, so I didn't...
So we're gonna blame them again?
...know that I was at risk for having it, okay? So, what I ended up doing, it's uric acid. Actually, that's correct. Both Popsicolo and Abigail Rayfigure. It's uric acid.
Yo,
whatever that is.
Thank you so much, Popsicolo.
So uric acid is basically increases in your body when you eat things such as a lot of red meat, seafood or shellfish, certain things like that, certain fatty foods, as well as like alcohol. If you drink a lot, you can have a buildup of uric acid, and actually alcohol will just make it worse. If you already have uric acid in your body, it'll make it worse, aggravate it.
Good thing you're a former alcoholic then.
God, and there was like 1 or 2 other things that I really didn't eat, so I knew it had to have been that I wasn't managing my diet when it came to things such as red meat, shellfish, and drinking. Yeah. So this was all like over 3 years ago. In fact, I think this was 2015, so we're talking almost 4 years ago now.
Never happened again since then. You know that.
So after going to the doctor and finding out all about this, what I did is I adjusted my diet. Now I don't eat a lot of red meat. Maybe twice a week do I even eat any kind of red meat. Most of the time, if I'm going to eat meat, it's either chicken or it could be like a white meat pork. You know, like not like, for example, you're not going to eat a pork one. You're not going to eat bacon. That's considered the high acidity uric acid red meat. But if you get like a nice pork chop, that's actually low acid of pork.
Pork chop.
Or, you know, I have pasta, I have veggies, I have that kind of stuff. I don't eat a lot of red meat at all. Almost never do I eat steak or hamburgers or anything like that anymore. Same thing with shellfish. Like now I make sure if I'm going to eat anything like that, maybe once a week tops. If I'm going to have a shrimp or something, I stay away. And liquor, oh my God. I've cut back on liquor so much in the last like many years. I don't drink that much at all anymore compared to how I used to. So, also, I mean, other life changes. For example, I drink cherry juice now. And there's different kinds of cherry juice you can drink, but I drink tart cherry juice.
Oh, tart.
And tart cherry juice is known to lower uric acid levels in the body. Plus, I take a vitamin C supplement, and vitamin C also can lower uric acid in the body.
Awesome.
So basically, I'm doing a ton of stuff to change my lifestyle. And since then, I had basically, since 2015 when I first got it, I've had 2 more kind of outbreaks.
Great question.
One was later on that year, and one was in 2016. And since then, I have not had a single problem with it at all. So my acid levels in my body have adjusted to normal because I changed my diet and my lifestyle to take those high-risk things out of it. If I had honestly known that my family was prone to it, I would have already done those things, but no one had ever said...
So, let's make sure we're blaming them. Holy shit!
My family was prone to it, I would have already done those things, but no one had ever said a word until I found out that I had it, and I told my family members, and they started coming back to me, oh yeah, I have it. I'm like, well, I wish I had known that it was like in the family. You know what I mean?
You know what? I thought there was a chance it was kind of this created thing that he blamed it on that, like the thanks aunt thing. Like he said, I'm not blaming them, but like that is one of the worst ones.
I'm like,
look at the eye roll. Look at this. That's just an eye roll leg slap combo. Fucking dead ant. Give me a break. What can you do with these dead ants, dude?
Well, I wish I had known that it was like in the family. You know what I mean?
Dead ants. You know what I'm saying, guys? You know the ones you make pay rent even though they lost all their money on healthcare? You know.
So there you go. The answer is, could I possibly get like an outburst of gout again? I could actually, if I don't watch
Spoiler, he would.
Diet. If I either start drinking heavily on the regular basis, or I start eating a lot of red meat and shellfish again, or if I stop drinking the cherry juice that I drink every day for dinner, yeah, I probably could have a big bad outbreak. But in general, as long as I stay on the regimen I'm on, I should be
gout
okay.
burst, I like that.
So there's your answer.
We could have a gout burst, guys.
Sure.
There's your answer.
No, the other question was,
nice burp.
Are you liking Phoenix Wright? Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
You're absolutely wrong. Multiple minority friends. Gout is part of your genetics. I looked it up and researched it, and yes, if other family members have it, you are highly at risk of having it as well. Of course, it's all about lifestyle and other factors, but basically in general, the genetics is that my body already must have naturally high acid levels, and therefore I need to curtail my imbibing of certain things.
Imbibing of certain things.
Okay, and
Danny asked, what would have changed if he knew they had gout? 0. 0.0.
5 NSX just tipped me $5. He said, "You remember when the wind is through?"
Oh, don't care. All right, that's it for that one. That was a hype one though.
Enough.
For sure.
Maybe it is. Point. They said, "What about the McChicken at McDonald's?" But I don't know about mayo with chicken on a hot sandwich.
Oh God, we got to hear the food takes.
I
love food takes.
With mayo. You see what with bacon, lettuce, and
here we go.
Another one with mayo for today's stream. Mayo makes everything better.
All right, let's hear it.
Today, so we're gonna get him up here on the leaderboard in a moment.
I love the food
I found out my
takes.
local market's only doing the chicken cheesesteak this week, so I got another one with mayo for today's stream. Mayo makes everything better. For me, mayo with chicken, I don't know about that. Like, mayo with chicken is kind of like meh. I prefer either Caesar or ranch with chicken. So for me, when I get my chicken cheesesteak at Jersey Mike's, I get it with the ranch sauce, and it comes with bacon, lettuce, and tomato, salt and pepper. That's really good.
Really good.
So I don't know. I hope it was good. I never had a chicken thing with mayo before, so hopefully you liked it. But for me, I would say ranch. Now, someone in the street that just said, "But what about chicken salad?" Chicken salad is different. We're talking chicken cheesesteak, which freshly cooked, hot, with mayo. You see what I mean? Versus chicken salad. Sure, chicken salad with some mayo and veggies and maybe some fruit, nuts. Yeah, that's good. But
definitely.
I don't know about mayo with chicken on a hot sandwich. Then again, someone just brought up a point. They said, "What about the McChicken at McDonald's?" I guess you're right. I actually like that. So, fair enough. Maybe it is good.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
DSP's Rocktologist tipped me $1.
Here we go.
Says, "I want to be honest with you. I don't know if it's a troll meme, but can we make fun of your appearance in a friendly way? You might suffer from a receding hairline, so embrace it." I don't know if it's a troll meme, but can we make fun of your appearance in a friendly way? You might suffer from a receding hairline, so embrace it and buckle up. A lot of my early 20s friends are almost bald. Good luck. Have fun.
Can we make fun of your appearance in a friendly way? Oh, thanks for asking. Yes.
I've never said that I'm not getting older. I mean, we all know I'm getting older.
That wasn't the question.
I've been doing this for 11 years, guys. I started this out when I was 26 years old. I'm now 37. And I'm still,
Could you
know
answer
what I mean?
the question, sir?
I had my image, my visage.
My visage.
On the internet on an almost daily basis, if not a daily basis, for the last 11 years.
Okay.
It's pretty obvious when you look at me that I've changed. I mean, when I started off, I was younger,
Could
but
you
I was
answer
much
the
bigger.
question?
I was fat. Admittedly, I was very overweight.
Uh-huh.
And then over the years, my hairstyle, my facial hairstyle changed. You can see wrinkles on my face. You can see my face droop a bit. You can see I'm getting older.
He admits to the droop.
That's just a natural.
I got the droop going.
Thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you look at Phil's hairline from...
The question was, can we make fun of your appearance? We're not asking for if you think you have any change in your appearance.
11 years ago, when he started this in 2008 to 2019, it probably receded a bit. That's a natural thing. The question is, why are we bringing it up?
The question is, can we make fun of it? That's what the question was.
This is something natural that happens to everybody. So if it's natural, it happens to everyone, and there's nothing you can do about it, why would you even observe it or bring it up as a way to poke at someone?
Why would you observe it? Why would you observe that?
Why? Why would you want to poke at someone for something that doesn't... It's not in their control. You know what I mean? I never understood that. Let's make fun of someone because of something that they can't control.
If he brings up gout, we're going to have issues because gout is something you can control, and you admitted it in the last clip. Let's see what he brings up here as examples.
Born with a disability or a lisp or something because they have a health condition, but
because they look a certain way, even though they can't help how they look.
Oh yeah, Nerdbrew,
you know what I
racism
mean?
is
Like,
fine.
why would you? That's fucked up stuff in my
Totally
opinion.
fine.
Now, if you want to make fun of someone because of something they actively choose to do,
Yes,
like their
be an asshole for 15 years. Yes.
attitude, their demeanor, the way they act on the internet.
Yes.
That,
For example, how Jewish people, how they always want money. That's fine, right? I'm just asking for a friend.
it's different. That's you're criticizing them.
Oh, or how
versus
black people might steal your backpack. Is that okay? Or I don't know. I'm not sure about the rules here.
the way they act on the internet. That's different.
Oh, okay.
That's you're criticizing them. Versus, it's not criticism to say someone has a receding hairline. I mean, is it a fact? Yeah. But everyone gets a receding hairline, so why would you even bring it up and make fun of it? You see what I mean? Like, and there's a difference between lighthearted jabbing versus, you know, actually like trying to make someone feel bad about themselves. Okay. And that's the difference here. A lighthearted jab between friends is different from, oh, let's all pile on and create a negative meme about a content creator on the internet because of something that happened to them or something. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. You know, years ago, which is, by the way, the last time I was even affected by this, but years ago I had a situation where I had an acid.
Here we go.
In my body because
here
I had
we
a bad
go.
lifestyle. I was drinking too much. I was eating too much red meat and acidic foods.
So it was your fault. Here we go.
And it made my foot swell up to the size of a balloon, and I had excruciating pain. And I shared this with everyone because back then I used to share everything. And now people to this day still make fun of me for it. Like, it's something
you goddamn right about that. And that will never stop.
To laugh at. It's like, dude, no, it's a fucking medical condition that apparently was in my family for years. I didn't know it, but I had 2 different family members, including my aunt, who had this, and I never knew. Now I know, and now obviously I know. Let's take a look and make sure that I don't have that anymore. Let me adjust my lifestyle.
Let's just
I'll
blame
drink
them.
less.
So your own choices brought this to yourself, but yeah, sure, blame someone else. Cool.
I'll eat less red meat and less acidic foods. I drink certain supplements like cherry juice and stuff that lowers the natural acid levels in your body.
Supplements.
That's okay to talk about publicly, but why would you deride someone for it? It's not like I can help it.
Because it's
just
extremely
something that
funny.
happened because of my genetics. I don't even know where it was in my family, and now I know, so I adjust in my life. So let's just constantly make fun of someone for it and make a negative meme out of it. No, that's fucked up. You know what that is? That's based on you and your own shortcomings.
Oh my God.
All right? Feeling better about someone else because they have something wrong with them. And that's fucked up. You know? It really is fucked up. Like, oh, because someone has something wrong with them, a medical condition, or because their physical appearance has degraded in a way over the years. Let's make fun of them. How about this? How about you look in the fucking mirror and you realize that these things are going to happen to you one day? Why would you like it if someone did that to you, right?
The question, reminder. The question was, is it okay to make fun of your appearance in a lighthearted way? And this is where we got to.
And I think that's where you got to draw the line. It's one thing if, let's say, for example, a content creator like myself constantly brings something up themselves.
Yeah, like how you have done so many times about gout and your aunt not telling you about the gout.
I'm fat. Oh, look at my hair. Yeah, that's different. Themselves. Oh, I'm fat. Oh, look at my hair. Yeah, that's different than you bringing it up. You know what I mean? And making it a big thing. But again, it takes morality and common sense to figure the difference out between these things. And a lot of people don't have that. And I think that's really the problem here. DSP's Rocktologist. That's really the problem here.
DSP what?
People don't have that. And I think that's really the problem here. DSP's Rocktologist. That's really the problem here. Is that people don't understand the difference between something that's meant to be fun or funny and something that's hurtful. Because to you, oh, it's hurtful, so it's funny. Well, no, that's actually not. That's fucked up. You know, of course, my hairline has receded in 11 years, and it's going to continue to recede until I get older and I go bald or, you know, whatever happens. Maybe one day, do I choose to do something about it? You know, they've got a million different things, hair replacements and things you can do.
Oh, God, I would love the hair replacement arc.
Do I care about it that much that I even want to do it? Probably not. More than likely for me, I'm to let it fucking go, and who gives a shit, right? I really don't care. It's funny because...
it's funny.
A lot of the things that people have said over the years is that Phil's goatee is patchy. And the truth of the matter is it's not patchy at all. It's white. I have a lot of white hairs that over the last 3-4 years have appeared in my beard. And so to you on stream, because I'm using a low-quality webcam, oh, look at that. It's like, you know, patchy beard. No, it's actually it's white hairs in my beard. And you see them as, you know, distortions when the camera's picking me up on webcam or face cam or whatever.
You see distortions.
People are basically like, oh, you know, it's patchy beard. It's not, but, you know, again, this is people trying to
debunked.
insult,
rather than actually laugh with me, they laugh at you, right? So let's make it into something negative, like Phil doesn't know how to shave or something dumb like that, right? In reality, I've spoken with my relatives and my wife about it and saying, does it bother anyone? And basically, my parents were of the impression, if you're gonna dye it, just shave it. Why even have a beard if you're just gonna?
Hold on. What are we spoken about to our parents? Mother, I have something extremely important. Mama, I have something extremely important to talk to you about. People are making fun of me for my patchy beard. What do you feel about what should I do about this?
Relatives and my wife about it and saying, does it bother anyone? And basically, my parents with my relatives and my wife about it.
You've asked if you what? Mother, I have a question. Does my patchy beard bother you? I'm asking for myself. Why would you ask your mom if your beard bothers them?
And saying, does it bother anyone? And basically, my parents were of the impression, if you're gonna dye it, just shave it. Why even have a beard if you're just gonna dye it? Just get rid of it then. And my wife says, no, I actually like it. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna keep it how it is then. That's fine. I'll just keep it how it is, and who cares, right? So there you go.
Okay.
That's the deal. Is it all depends on how you do it. Like most things in life, it's about context and moderation. If every once in a while you bring something up as a joke, that's okay. If you're constantly harping on it as a negative to make fun of someone, it's not okay. And there's a big difference.
Sounds like a great fucking call. I'll tell you that.
Discrepancy between the two.
Bobby, there's something on my mind. Does my beard bother you? Okay. What about my hair?
And a lot of people can't figure that out because they're immature. And the bottom line is most people who are on the internet are immature. I'm just saying they are. They're here to deride and make fun to basically they make themselves feel better by making fun of others.
So. Okay.
So there you go. Yet? Darkside Johnson cheered. He says, have you ever played Rocket League before? If not, I'm going to nominate that. Absolutely, okay. I did.
Don't care. All right, little interlude here. I got to send a big tweet real quick, but I'll give you something to watch. Don't worry. From Ludwig World Order, The Living Failures, Richard, and Dale. Let's go. Be right back.
The most formidable foes in all of Bloodborne history. What the fuck? Oh, a boss.
Let's throw down like men. That's all we gotta do. Let's throw down like men in person. I will beat the living shit out of you, probably till death.
Faceless ass motherfucker.
Oh, there's more than one.
Come on, man. You sound like a retard.
This motherfucker is trash. How about I post a picture of me busting a nut in your face? Get that ass bent. The fuck out of here, bitch. You must be gay and you must be a cuff holder begging me to take my shirt off and show my ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an asshole.
Get that ass bent, fucking cuff holder.
It's not good.
And they're affecting my business.
What the fuck? Assholes.
I just want your cash, man. That's all I'm here for.
Can't do it. I can't take this shit before, man.
No one.
These are guys that are jealous because they don't possess BBC. They don't possess that God that's involved in these black men out here.
Shut up.
Stop supporting these retarded drone channels with these sprung, worthless betas jacking off at the e-lotion out, ready to go.
Shut up.
This is amateur hour shit, man. Look here. Look, listen.
We'll watch it.
Yeah, listen close. I heard. I listened real close. Yeah, I heard all right. Dying. That one.
But why are you doing this to me?
What the fuck?
Real talk, why?
Why? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's your favorite scammer out there.
This is a weird fight.
Anyone else want that band hammer? Anybody else want that band paddle? Hold up.
Get that ass banned. Idiot.
You're a human equivalent of a piece of shit. I hate you. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Oh no!
I'm so done with this shit. Motherfucker! Whatever. I hope your family dies in honorable death.
What the fuck? What do you say? I got it! Yeah! No! What?
Amazing.
What the
fuck is that? I beat it, and then the fucking attack came out anyway and killed me. What in the fuck? You gotta be joking. Look who's here.
But cue the Seinfeld. Oh, the camera. Amazing. Big ups Ludwig in the house for that one. Obviously, that's part of the legendary Old Hunters Redemption run. This is how you don't play, which is amazing. Here's a link to that in there. Big ups to Ludwig World Order, as always. Let's keep going. Keep going. All right. Next up. Oh, shit. This is playing. Rewind. There we go. Back in action.
All right. Let's see. Frog Solve said, why didn't I sell the condo before I moved out of Connecticut? Is because deep down you have a feeling that you might go back to Connecticut. No, boy. All right, let's think about this logically, which a lot of people don't when they ask me these questions.
Ooh.
If now the condo is worth about $50,000 to $60,000 and I owe $90,000, do you think 5 years ago I owed more or less against said condo? Let's just see, okay? Probably more because I've been paying it down, right? 5 years I've been paying it down, that mortgage. Which means, in reality, I owed over $100,000 on that thing when I moved.
Whoa.
Okay? And it was still was only valued around $60,000. I would have had even more of a detriment. Where was I going to pull $40,000 out of my ass to pay up the difference to get rid of that condo?
Well, from the $200,000 you were making a year at that time?
I didn't have $40,000 to pay the difference to sell the condo. My plan was that my aunt was going to live there because my aunt wanted to move to Connecticut. So she was going to live there for like 3, 4, 5 years until she qualified for this kind of assisted living style housing.
Remember a long time ago, if you're just joining the stream here, you wouldn't have saw that. But he did say the aunt only had to live in Connecticut for a year to get assisted living, right? He said 1 year before. Now he's saying 3 or 4 or 5. So that number is just going up and up now.
4 or 5 years until she qualified for this kind of assisted living style housing.
Okay.
Assisted living where she was going to live for the rest of her life. And what my hope was within those 5 years, I could pay it down enough that maybe I could sell it, maybe the market would turn around. If not, maybe eventually I could rent it. These were all thoughts that I had. Sadly, what ended up happening was my aunt moved there and only lived there for about 1.5 years, and then she passed away.
Oh.
What really happened was she got hurt. She fell down and hurt herself, and then she couldn't live there by herself anymore. And then within about a year of that, she had to move out of my place and move to a place where basically almost like a hospice or hospital where someone could take care of her because she couldn't even walk around anymore. And then she passed away. So the whole plan went through the shitter because of my aunt.
Oh my God. The whole plan went through the shitter because my aunt.
And then she passed away. So the whole plan went through the shitter because of my aunt's health. Then
Oh my God. If that's not blaming something on aunt, what is?
I said, okay, time to figure out if I could rent it. And I couldn't rent it because, like I already told you guys, no one will take up the responsibility of renting it because it's considered a high-risk area that no one will touch with a 10-foot.
Except the guy that called you, but you didn't want to talk on the phone.
No one will take up the responsibility of renting it because it's considered a high-risk area that no one will touch with a 10-foot pole. So
the guy that
I got screwed
you.
over basically with that situation. I got stuck with it. I was to fucking spend to get rid of it to pay off the mortgage, and there was like, what else was I gonna do? Now you might say, well, just don't move. Well, what was I gonna do then? Live in Connecticut, where taxes were sky high, and I was pissing money away constantly. And the business, by the way, if you guys didn't notice, my business was not doing very well quality-wise because I was not able to put out consistent live streams and stuff because the internet was shitty there. You know what I mean? Like,
I think we saw before on here, he had internet issues like literally twice. Something like that.
I wanted to do things better, and I was limited in what I could do because of the limitations of the internet and stuff at that fucking place that I was living.
You tell me how much your content is different.
So now I was going to own this place in Connecticut and move to another fucking place in Connecticut and pay just as high taxes. You know what I mean? There's been many benefits that you guys don't understand about me moving here to Washington.
I don't understand the benefits.
The weather's been better. My health has gotten better because of the
weather's better, and his health is better because of the weather. So that's healing Seattle air then.
The weather being better. My back has gotten tremendously better. I'm much more healthy now than I was when I was living in Connecticut. That's 100% sure for sure.
Why? Because you changed your eating habits? I believe that could be done in Connecticut. I'm not sure though.
the taxes out here are way better.
And if you don't pay business taxes, it's pretty good, huh?
Taxes in Washington State are way fucking lower than they were in Connecticut. In Connecticut, I was paying tons of tax on gas. I was paying tolls for the roads. I was paying state income tax.
Why are you paying tolls for the road when you don't leave your house once a week?
I was paying insane amounts of tax living in that state. Now I don't pay any of that. Yeah, my federal taxes are still annoying, but my state taxes are under control.
Currently,
I've got 125. So in reality, there was just nothing I could do with that condo. I was stuck leaving it behind, and it was just bad luck of
every tax issue came after he moved to Seattle. That is the truth.
Unfortunately, my aunt's health taking a big turn for the worse, and then eventually having to move out, and she passed away, which was really sad.
Was it sad or bad for the wallet?
Now I don't want to think about it. Now you guys are gonna make me think about this. I'm gonna get fucking sad. Just trying to play a game here, but
let's bring up the sadness.
It sucks that things didn't work out. Oh shit.
Win this one for your aunt that you really care about. Definitely. You definitely care about her.
Guy had full auto and I didn't, so he had me. All he had to do was spray at the fucking door. He had one of those LMG full auto. I couldn't do anything. Stupid. Did I win any games with Blackout today? Yes, I did. I won my very first game, and then I got second place in my second game. So I did actually pretty well tonight. An anonymous dollar tipper said, what people don't understand is that refinancing your house is based on monthly payments. That is correct. Many banks will not refinance if it's hard for the financier to make payments, such as yourself. Maybe if you get back on your feet, but not right now for sure. That's right. What they look at is how much equity do I have in this house? So this house is worth something, and I owe a certain amount on this house that's way less than what this house is actually worth if I were to sell it.
Yes.
What they do is they look at the difference. That's your equity. Okay, so let's take all my debt. I have loans. I have credit cards. All this debt that I owe. Let's wrap it into the mortgage, right? And then what they do is they say, okay, based on what you make for a month versus the payments that you'll now have, eliminating some debt, they have a ratio. Do you budget under our ratio? And I don't. They say I don't. And I'm like, well, I don't understand. If we do this right now, I obviously I'm paying my bills, or else how would I still be here? I'm paying my bills, but under your ratio, you're saying I wouldn't qualify for a loan that will lower my payments overall. It doesn't even make sense logically. They don't care about that. All they care about, we have one, Fannie Mae or Fannie Mac or whatever the hell it is, criteria for determining.
Shout outs Fannie Mac.
If you qualify for a loan, and per that, you don't qualify. But you're going to lower my payments by a ridiculous amount a month. Obviously, this is going to put me into a better position. No. The other thing is, a lot what you guys don't understand, my job is considered something that's very unstable and fluctuating.
Yes,
so
which it is.
When someone's looking to give me a loan, they say, well, I'll give you a loan, but what happens if you can't stream in a year for some reason? What if you break your hand and you can't play video games? What if you get banned from Twitch, right? All these are factors, and now you can't pay the mortgage we just gave you.
I'm sure the bank said that. The bank called him about that. Hey, what if you break your hand? What if you get banned from Twitch, sir? This is a real problem we have to think about at this bank, at the Fannie Mac Foundation.
So it's incredibly unsafe, and most banks won't even look at that. You won't even look at me because of that. You see what I mean?
Very true story.
Dark Side Grill to me $1. How about a goal for a grill? Could have chill streams, then grill streams, almost like a Cooking with the King reboot. Oh my god.
Yeah, let's get a grill goal. Let me hear this.
I guess people really just don't listen about how I don't want to do those videos based around cooking anymore.
Why not?
I mean, yeah, I could do a goal. Oh, raise money for a grill? That would be kind of irresponsible when I need the money just to pay what I owe now. You see what I mean? Like right now, all your tips and contributions are going to keep me afloat. Right now, tonight, I raised enough money to buy Crash Team Racing, by the way, so thank you guys. So I should be able to afford it, in time for Friday. So thanks a lot for that. But, oh, I'm going to buy a grill. Oh, by the way, I couldn't pay my bills this month because I bought a grill. See what I mean?
What if you break your hand masturbating? That's a serious question they had to think about, the Fannie Mac Foundation. Shout out to Crash Team Racing. That game went great.
BNES, who subscribed to the channel overnight. Thank you, BNES, for the sub overnight.
Shout out to BNES.
Johnny Skidmarks cheered overnight and asked what...
Johnny Skidmarks. What's up, Johnny? He must be Italian.
I've still moved to Washington State in 2014 if I were a bachelor. Well, funny question. But let me give you a little bit of background. I lived in my Connecticut my entire life until I moved to Washington in 2014. I hated Connecticut. All right, there's various reasons why, both personal
and business-wise. Personal,
personal,
the weather
peace.
there I absolutely hate. You get the worst weather,
bad weather,
extremes, including the hottest summers with humidity and hurricanes and shit.
Oh, you know those Connecticut hurricanes. They are legendary. The Connecticut heat, as they call it. It's the hottest part of Earth. People don't know that, but Connecticut is literally the hottest place on Earth. It's insane, dude.
Then you get cold, frigid winters with ice and tons of snow. And being that I had a back injury, it wasn't very accommodating for my back. In fact, half the year my back would be all messed up because of the weather changing and me having to shovel snow and stuff with a bad back. All right. The year my back would be all messed up because of the weather changing.
Yeah, the Northeast, it's very famous for its extremely hot summers.
And me having to shovel snow and stuff with a bad back. All right. In addition, living in Connecticut was incredibly expensive. Why? Really no practical reason. The real reason is because there's a ton of rich people who live in Connecticut in a very small area. And because they're all billionaires, they racked up the per capita income of the state, meaning all of our tax brackets there were incredibly high. You went to buy something, sales tax was high. There was a state income tax that was high. There was a gas tax that was high. There were tolls on all the roads. Like, it was insane how expensive it was to live in Connecticut.
All right, so I know it might be different, but let's just see. So 2014 sales tax. Okay, let's see. Sales tax in Connecticut was... sales tax was 6.3% in Connecticut. All right? So let's see. It was... Its sales tax in 2015 in Connecticut was 6.35%. Let's see in Washington. In Washington, the sales tax was 6.5%. So it was literally more. It was literally higher in Washington State than it was in Connecticut. Great.
That was high. There were
so we are just saying excuses. Who gives a shit if it's true or not? Just say stuff.
Tolls on all the roads. Like, it was insane how expensive it was to live in Connecticut. Because outside of that, there were really no benefits.
14 billionaires.
It wasn't like you were reaping tons of benefits because you lived in Connecticut. It was just incredibly fucking expensive because a bunch of rich people lived there in a tiny area.
Great.
So it was terrible. It was like, not only is this place shitty weather, but everything's super expensive for no reason. You're not getting anything out of paying all this money out of your ass. So my whole life, I wanted to live outside of Connecticut. I wanted to get the hell out of there. And when I always had the intention that once I felt like I could afford it, I wanted to get the hell out of Connecticut. Now, it just so happened that in 2014, it was kind of the culmination of me having a few successful years.
Okay, by the way, he also said gas tax. I have to check it, right? Gas tax in 2014 was 49 cents a gallon. In Washington State, it was 37.5 cents a gallon. So you're saving, let's say, a couple of bucks a tank. Let's move across the country for that those gas tax savings for sure, definitely.
That once I felt like I could afford it, I wanted to get the hell out of Connecticut. Now, it just so happened that in 2014, it was kind of the culmination of me having a few successful years on YouTube, having some money saved up to be able to move out of there, and essentially saying it's now or never, because I didn't know what was going to happen with YouTube. Was I going to continue to be...
This is where the logic really fails, right? I have to do it now. I don't know what's going to happen, so I have to do it now. This is the opposite of what the thinking you should have. I don't know what's going to happen, so I shouldn't do it now. But Phil takes this as I should do it now. This is where this is really backward logic.
Having some money saved up to be able to move out of there, and essentially saying it's now or never, because I didn't know what was going to happen with YouTube. Was I going to continue to be as popular as I was? Was I going to continue to make as much money as I did? Or was this a situation where it was only a temporary thing, so let me do this now while I can do it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And essentially, it's true. It's what happened. That's exactly what happened, is I got out of there at the right time, because if I hadn't, I might have been stuck there for the rest of my life, which I would have been absolutely miserable. And quite frankly, for things like right now, if I wanted to be a full-time live streamer back where I lived in Connecticut, it wouldn't have happened. The internet there was so shitty. Half the time the internet was fluctuating and not...
Half the time it was fluctuating.
Not consistent. It just was not good. All right? It was really shit. And, you know, I'm happy now that I live in a place where I'm able to do what I love. I'm able to do full-time streaming with great quality internet and everything. You know, and it doesn't really affect me negatively. So, yeah, that's the bottom line.
Now, did I have to move to Washington State? No, but Washington State was obviously a prime candidate. One of the reasons is my uncle, my aunt had lived here for a large portion of her life. And she had always told us that the weather here is much better than people make it out to be. The people out here, much nicer. In general.
Much nicer people.
The people.
There's less negativity there.
People out here, much nicer. In general, just everything out here is a lot nicer. You know, it's beautiful. And you can have everything you want within your reach. Fresh air. You know, and then when I did some research and I found out that there's no state income tax here, right off the bat, that was going to be a big benefit. Plus, internet out here tends to be a lot better than it was in Connecticut because this is a more tech-savvy part of the country, living right outside of Seattle. Also, the fact that I kind of had a feeling that I wasn't going to be an internet content creator for my entire life, and that eventually I was going to want to delve into something else. And I know for a fact there's a lot of things around here. There's Boeing. So aeronautics, and which I have a history in because I worked for a
shout-outs Boeing
helicopter company for 5 years. There's Microsoft. There's a lot of other tech companies and game development companies. There's actually game media out here. There's a lot of things to do with video games and the like. So, you know, if I couldn't be a full-time content creator, potentially I could try to seek out other employment that maybe is in the same kind of sector.
Oh,
you know what I
very
mean?
cool.
All these were factors when I was looking at places to live. You know, there were other places like Florida, Texas. These are all places that are great for businesses. Like if you own your own business. But the weather's bad. There really isn't a lot of great employment in those places outside of, you know, me being able to do like being a content creator. There wasn't a lot more there. So there's just a ton of factors. Now, would I have 100% moved to Washington if the situation wasn't what it was in 2014? I have no idea. I honestly don't know. It's a what if scenario. And, you know, I can't I can't go back in time and change my life to say what would have happened. I can tell you this. One thing is I probably wouldn't have gotten, you know, a house as big as the one that I got if I was by myself. That would be kind of silly. I don't need it, right? But I'm kind of happy that I did because it's funny.
It's big for two people without kids.
You know what they say? They say some things happen for a reason, and I'm certainly not a superstitious person. I'm not. But it's funny how in my life things tend to work out long term, even when things get fucked up. Because, you know, this house is perfect for my family. It really is.
My family.
Like, Kat and I absolutely make use of all the different parts of the house.
How?
Now we have Jasper
watching TV?
Us, and he loves this house. Are you kidding? He's like, this is a perfect cat house for him.
Oh my God.
Every windowsill is huge, and he loves to just, you know, hang out the, you know, not hang out the windows, look out the windows constantly. Tons of space for him to run around and have fun. There's a nook upstairs that he now uses as his kind of like a play area.
You gotta
like essentially this house is absolutely perfect for us. And, you know, situation would have probably been is I would have been living in a smaller apartment for years until finally I had a need to get a bigger house. But here's the thing, more than likely I probably wouldn't have been able to get it because with the, you know, the money drying up on YouTube and everything the way that it did, I probably never would have been able to qualify to get a house like this. So again,
that would actually have saved you a lot of money because you already had an affordable mortgage over there.
Even though I'm in a bad situation financially now, is, you know, really things worked out for the better in my opinion.
Okay.
If things didn't happen the way they did, I probably would have ended up getting stuck somewhere where I'm like, damn, kind of a similar situation in Connecticut. Because if you remember, the reason that I bought that condo in Connecticut was because I wanted to move out of my parents' house and get closer to my job. Then within a year of moving, my job lays me off. So, you know, I might have been in a situation where, okay, I'm moving to Florida, I'm moving to Texas, I'm moving to another state that's better weather, lower taxes, get an apartment, and then, oh, okay, now I want to set up a nice house or get a life for myself and my, you know, and Kat and everything, and I can't do it, right? So it's actually worked out that this place, I had this place, you know, and it was kind of like set up for us to set up our life together. It worked out well.
It worked out well, let me tell you.
So,
Jasper's loving these
can't
fucking
answer
windows.
that 100%, Johnny Skinmarks. There's always, as they say, a hindsight is 20/20. There's no way to know because I don't know what my situation would have been if things were different back
Some
in
say
2014,
50-50,
right?
and I tend to agree with them.
Oh, hold on. Bottle crunch coming up, everybody. There you go. But
I think that in essence it worked out for the best.
In essence.
Like I keep telling you guys.
Yeah, what are you
My
telling us?
streaming is amazing. I absolutely love streaming. The streams are great. It's the best work I've ever done in my life. Like I really enjoy coming to work. My personal life is good. You know, my wife and I have a great life here together. Our Jasper's an amazing pet. It's really it's this the fucking other behind the scenes shit that affects
Jasper's
us
incredible.
negatively.
He hardly
And
ever
if I
shits
can
everywhere.
find a way to get past that stuff, you know, and maintain what I have here, life would be great.
He
That's what
hardly
I'm
ever
hoping
shits.
for. Okay. Unlimited Froggins cheered overnight and says, would you ever stream Minecraft as a day stream with it being exclusively at night? A lot of viewers who can only tune into the day streams are missing out on participating in top contribution battles. Maybe you could do Minecraft as a day stream once a month at the beginning of the month to help pay early month bills until the Twitch payment comes up. First of all, Unlimited Froggins, actually, you know, that's not a bad idea.
Debunked. All right, we don't got time for this anymore. We got to push it. Here we go.
Tobias Alexander says if kids get coal in their stockings in modern days, they probably think that it's a Minecraft toy or accessory. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. You know, back then, did I ever tell you the story of when I cried on Christmas when I was a little kid because of coal? Did I tell you this story?
No, you didn't.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned it before. So when I was a kid, you know, I honestly did my best to try to behave and try to do what my parents told me. I certainly wasn't perfect, but at the same time, I actually tried to be a really good kid. Like, I actively wanted to. I felt like obeying your parents and doing the right thing makes you a good person. At least that's what I was told. So that's kind of what I felt in my heart. So I always tried to be a good kid and do the right thing and not cause problems with my parents and stuff. And so my parents would tell me, actually, this year you were a good boy. You're going to get good Christmas presents and blah, blah, blah. All right? So this one year, I went over to my great aunt and uncle's house, and what they would do is they would have stockings for us. It was me and my 3 second cousins, Cheryl, Kim, and Kristen.
Kim, and Kristen, second cousins. Lore being added here.
They would get stockings, and I would get a stocking, and we would all get, like, toys and candy and things inside the stocking. Nothing huge. Certainly not like a giant present we were looking for or whatever.
Oh, right.
It was basically a way for
nothing huge,
for my great aunt and uncle to give us some presents that were like little things, little knickknacks. I always got those, you know, those chocolate coins that they sell at Christmas. It's chocolate wrapped in like
little
metal, looks like a coin. I would always get those things, silly things like that. Okay, nothing major.
We're listening.
But it was still neat. Like I would get little toys and things to bring home Christmas Eve, even though they weren't my main presents for Christmas. They were really nice to get a cool present.
Oh, please
from
keep going.
My great aunt and great uncle. So anyway, the story is one year we all got coal in our stockings. Now, I believe each of my second cousins got a
Best
smaller piece of
right
coal,
now.
but they thought, oh, Phil's the boy, so he could take it if we give him like a big chunk of coal as a joke. Like we'll jokingly say that he was, you know, he deserves a lump of coal because he's a boy and he's a troublemaker or whatever.
So
now,
he's a troublemaker.
Like I said, actively, I remember that year I was trying to do really nice. My parents had told me, oh, if you're good for Christmas, you'll get good presents. If you're good this year for Christmas, you'll get good presents. So it was a motivation for me to behave and be a good kid. And I was a good kid that year. My parents had said, you've been really good, so expect Santa's going to give you good presents for Christmas, right? The night before, the day I'm supposed to be like, get my reward for being a good kid, I get a giant lump of coal in a stocking, and I bawled my eyes out. I bawled my eyes out, and I was inconsolable.
Tell me that doesn't sound spoiled.
Well, my parents were like, calm down. It's just a joke. It doesn't mean anything. It's not real. But I was convinced, because I still thought Santa existed. I was convinced that Santa was angry at me, that I had done something wrong.
I bet he fucking was. I bet he thought, yeah, he was 23 at the end. Both of you guys got the same idea. Soup GG and Tom Edwards. Now, I was 17 at the time.
And then I got a lump of coal in my stocking, and that Christmas was ruined, and I was a horrible person. Like, I had all these crazy thoughts.
I had to go to high school the next day, and that was tough.
I'm a dumb kid, right? So I'm thinking all these things. I was crying, like wah. And my parents were like, no, it's a joke, and it backfired. Quickly, got to console him. Stop it.
Oh, God.
It's pretty funny.
Oh, no, I saw that.
Okay.
Don't try to sneak that by me.
Pretty funny.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right, so that was the great aunt's beautiful story.
There's a little Christmas story for you. All right, so the base.
Okay, that over.
Good to see you here tonight. Big Sloppy Meat cheered again. He said there's nothing to be ashamed of about gout. It's a medical condition that you have no control over. That's not correct at all. It is something you can control. In fact, that's why I don't suffer from it anymore. Because I changed my lifestyle to adapt for it and to make sure that my uric acid levels are in the proper balance they're supposed to be. Now, admittedly, every once in a while, I still have a minor symptom or two. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it in that regard because your body naturally has fluctuations in acid levels depending on things going on, hormones and all kinds of shit. But in general, I've not had a flare up of the condition in over 2.5 years, and I've been perfectly fine because of the adjustments that I made to my lifestyle.
Okay.
If I just ignored the problem, I would have been in pretty deep shit because it's excruciatingly painful when you get giant sharp crystals building up in your joints and they're stabbing you from every direction, feeling like a knife.
Shout out,
essentially what it feels like.
crystals.
Someone's actively stabbing you, and you can't even move your foot because it's swollen up like a fucking balloon, and the blood pressure inside your foot is super high, so it's like hot as shit and pulsating every time that your heart beats. It's pretty fucking weird. What the hell is that? A spike trap? That's
bad.
New. I didn't even know that existed, a spike trap. I wonder how it works. I've never seen it.
How do you think it works? You throw it at them.
Now, if you want me to be honest, big sloppy meat.
Please be honest.
The truth of the matter is that the reason that I have gout is because it's actually prone in my family, which I didn't know. Okay. When I first was diagnosed with it, my mom decided, oh, now's a good time to start asking around the family if anyone has any medical issues. And of course, she finds out my aunt, and apparently my uncle also have gout.
What are you supposed to do? Over Christmas dinner. Hey guys, quick question. Do any of you have gout? Just wondering. Just a quick question. No reason. Just want to get it off the table. Does any of you have gout? All right. Thanks.
A lifestyle that's low on eating red meat and not excessive drinking all the time and not this and not that, But I didn't know that. So here I am just kind of living my life. Next thing you know, one day I wake up with a giant swollen foot and I'm thinking, God, I broke my foot, right? I'm thinking, what did I do? Did I slam my foot? I've never had this happen.
All right, guys, it's time for our Christmas meal. Remember our quickly yearly gout checkup. Did anyone get gout this year? All right, cool. Dig in. Oh, you did, Aunt Sylvia? All right, be careful. Don't eat so much bacon then, Please try the stuffing, though. It's got all the guts and stuff in there that you love so much. Go ahead.
Life, how could this be happening to me? And when I went to the doctor for it, the doctor literally told me...
Oh, foil. That looks pretty cool. Chilling the stream. Good chemical.
It was incredibly abnormal for someone of my age. Keep in mind, this was what? 4.5 years ago? Yeah, 4.5 years ago. So I was, 33?
Yeah, so that shows how hardcore he was on his eating. Because it's abnormal. It's abnormal.
I was incredibly abnormal for someone of my age to have it. That usually people who get older get it.
Yeah, so you were holy shit, man. You must have been packing down those burgers and alcohol.
And that, the first question out of the doctor's mouth when I walked to the office was, oh, well, does anyone else in your family have gout? And I was like, I have no idea. And then, of course, I found out later that 2 of my family members did. So...
What a change, though. Yes, one of my family members does have it. Oh, okay. Well, now we can give you this special treatment that'll make it not happen again because your aunt had it. That doesn't happen. It's just a question.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, all it means is...
there's definitely something to be ashamed of. You're showing it to us now.
That you're probably eating too much red meat and drinking a little bit too much, and you got to adjust your lifestyle. And I have. Like I said, I haven't had a problem with it in a long time. I'm happy with that. The one negative is every day with dinner, I drink a glass of cherry juice. One glass of cherry juice, and it tastes like shit. But that's really maybe the one thing I have to suffer from because of it. Everything else, like I said, I was never not to say that I didn't like red meat. I absolutely did. I absolutely liked red meat a lot.
Don't try to say you don't like it.
For me, cutting down on red meat, I've discovered other foods that I actually like a hell of a lot more. You know what I mean? I've opened myself up to so many different kinds of food that previously I wouldn't have tried because I was all about steak and burgers and shit. And now I'm like, damn, I'm very pleased that I opened my horizons to other things.
I'm very pleased I opened my horizons.
Only the things that you eat. There's some people out there, all I like is this, and all I ever want is the same thing all the time. And I'm like, in the last 5 to 10 years, I changed my lifestyle.
Guys, let's open those horizons. Come on.
I said, no, I'm going to try new things. I'm going to experiment. Even things that sound, they're healthier. I always was the kind of guy who was like, oh, healthier food, that sounds gross. I like the fatty stuff, and I like this because, that's going to be the thing that's going to taste good. So, perfect example. Christmas Eve dinner, Kat and I went to a Chinese restaurant, and I got chicken with mixed vegetables. So, non-breaded.
Whoa! Chicken with mixed vegetables? What? Holy shit. This guy is a next level eater, dude. So adventurous. Oh my God. This guy's like a world traveler. He had chicken and vegetables? Huh? That's pretty adventurous.
Went to a Chinese restaurant and I got chicken with mixed vegetables.
Whoa!
Non-breaded, stir-fried
Holy
chicken
shit.
in a little bit of a savory sauce with a variety of vegetables.
Oh my
If you had
God.
told me, 10 years ago that's the kind of food that I would like, I would have laughed in your face and been like, nah, man, if I'm going to the Chinese place, I'm going to get, the stuff that has heavy, thick sauce and, I'm going to get a ton of egg rolls and fried rice. I need the fried rice, man, and all that. And, now it's like things have changed. It's so different. Even in reality, like a lot of people like the breaded chicken that they do at Chinese restaurants. Like, oh, I like the sweet and sour chicken. Or I don't even like that because it's too much breading. I like light breading or no breading. It's all about seasoning and flavor for me rather than eating like heavy, greasy shit. I've actually finding I hate greasy things worse and worse now that I'm getting older. And
right.
with gout, that's a good thing.
That's definitely
because those are all factors that can add to increasing your acid levels in your body. So for me, like I actually made the right choices in the changes to my lifestyle that I'm doing, which is really good.
That's really
so
good.
big sloppy meat, you're wrong.
Big sloppy meat.
It's not that you can't help gout. If you have gout and you keep getting flare-ups, it's because of your own lifestyle choices. Because once you know you have it, you can now actively make lifestyle choices to stop that from happening.
So why do you blame your aunt
maybe
for it?
initially I was shocked. I was like, what the fuck is going on? My foot is going to explode. I'm like, what is happening? And going to, you asshole, and going to the doctor and finding out I had it when I had no indications previously of anything like that. And I didn't know my family members had it. It completely blew me away. Look at that. I'm going back, running back and forth.
But he's still
still
shooting
getting
you?
shot.
Wow. Imagine he has
This is
good
annoying
aim.
bullshit.
So imagine he has good aim. How about that?
You missed, asshole.
Well, he hit enough times.
Well,
Let's
I
see
don't
how
think I have
this-
any healing, do I? Spawn in actual Seattle itself, inside the city, there was an amazing Mediterranean restaurant, and I got these amazing, what are they called? Some people call them heroes or gyros. I call them gyros.
Gyros or gyros? Yeah, I want some gyros. Hey, yo, can I get 3 gyros?
Because I'm an American and I'm an ignorant idiot, so I always thought that they were called gyros.
Give me the gyros, dude.
I'm an American and I'm an ignorant idiot, so I always thought that they were called gyros.
Hit me with those gyros.
So I've had it in that, and I think lamb is really good in that too. And there actually are some other pretty good Mediterranean restaurants near where I live where they do like kebabs.
Oh,
and they'll do like a
cool.
lamb kebab, slow roasted lamb kebab, and that's fucking good too. Now the thing is with lamb, it tastes a little different than regular like red meat or anything. Admittedly, it's a little different.
So that
it's
means you
not
don't like
bad.
it?
It's just it's a taste that's tiny bit different. You can get used to it. But personally, I like lamb. I dig it. So
It
yes,
sounds like
Bomb
you don't
Killer,
like it.
absolutely.
Okay.
Snake Eater, the 101-bit cheers, and when you're looking for quality, American made is the way to go. And you know what, Snake Eater? In most cases, you're actually absolutely right. American made is the way to go because in America, when you work for one of these companies, it's All
right, I'm done. We got to move on.
Which you could consider a studio/office that I broadcast out of every day that is way more professional than anything I used to do back in Connecticut. So many huge positives out of the move, right? But one of the big negatives of the move was the amount of debt that I incurred doing it because I basically emptied out my savings account when I did it, plus spent a ton of extra money on top of that, financing everything in there. And, I'm not going to break it down to individuals of what I spent and stuff like that because I couldn't even remember at this point. But, we're talking not only qualifying for and affording this house, including a very hefty down payment, but the cost of the move itself, moving all the stuff across the country, was exorbitantly high, like ridiculous.
We don't hear all
that
this.
was depending on to pay off all these debts that I had incurred had gone away. Now, in a definitive factor, that financially, that was the beginning of the screw job for me. Like
The Renton
that was
screw
it. Once
job. You've heard of the Montreal screw job, but we got the Renton screw job.
that happened, I knew things were going bad because I had overspent when I had moved out here. And now my income that was depending on to pay off all these debts that I had incurred had gone away. Now, in addition to that, more stuff happened behind the scenes, some of which I've touched upon. But one of the horrible things that happened was that my aunt, who had been living at my condo in Connecticut for about 2 years after I moved there, passed away unexpectedly.
we didn't expect that was going to happen. I mean, she was elderly, but she wasn't to the point where we thought she was just going to pass away.
Now, hold on a second. So, remember before when he said my parents could pass away at any time? Like, I mean, you didn't think that about your aunt. Oh? What? That's a little strange. When it comes to his parents, he was quick to say they could die at any time. But with the aunt,
didn't expect that was going to happen. I mean, she was elderly, but she wasn't to the point where we thought she was just going to pass away out of nowhere, and she did. So that was someone who was living there and was giving me a little bit of income, basically, for that condo.
Good point.
And now I had nothing, zero. Okay?
And again, there's again hardcore proof that she was paying
for that condo. And now I had nothing, zero. Okay.
So wait.
Someone who was living there and was giving me a little bit of income, basically.
So she definitely
for
was
that
paying.
Condo.
Confirmed.
And now I had nothing, zero. Okay. So essentially what happened was not only did I get completely screwed over financially by the trolls, then a family member passed away who was also providing me additional income. So it was like the double thing happening at once, and it doubly screwed me over. Okay.
Yep. Milked her in her last days.
And
he said, I allow her, and I did something good for her. I want to help my aunt out. That is what he said.
Time, and this was April of 2019, and I said, I can't pay this anymore. This is ridiculous drain on my finances. It's a condo that my aunt can't live in anymore because she passed away. I can't rent it. I've tried to find renters. I can't find any reliable renters to rent this place out. My parents can't deal with being renters in this place. They're elderly at this point and they have health problems. I basically can't afford the condo anymore. So I need to talk to you, the bank, about what are the options that we can do because I cannot make this payment at all anymore.
That's
and I need to know what we do moving forward. Okay. So the good news is I had a big payment that I stopped paying. Now the bad news is the only thing that I could stop paying was the
The good news is I just stopped paying. That's the good news. Great.
Car loan doesn't get wiped. I'm keeping my car. So my car loan I have to keep paying, stuff like that. Obviously the mortgage on this house I have to keep paying properly. The cost of everything for the business, so the cost of internet, games, and all that.
No, she fell down in the condo and then was moved to assisted living.
And then on top of that, find a way to pay the taxes properly because I'm so behind on taxes. That has to be like my main focus. Is once all the other debts are wiped out, the condo in Connecticut's wiped out, the credit cards, the loans, all of those are gone.
Oh, that wasn't on there. Okay, there we go. We're working towards the ending here.
Protrusion zone, I couldn't rent my condo because I couldn't find anyone reliable to rent the condo. The condo is not in a very good area, and it's considered an area that's a high-risk area, meaning a lot of people who rent there stop paying rent, start squatting. Basically, they're a bunch of shitheads. And I couldn't find a reputable rental service.
Yes, you did.
To do it for me. There were actually like 3 or 4 major ones in that area. I contacted them all, and they were like, no, we don't do it. We're not doing that area. That's considered too high of a risk area. I couldn't find anyone to do it. Originally, the plan was my aunt was going to live there at the condo. My aunt did live there for about 2 years, and then she passed away. So it was kind of unexpected what happened.
Don't forget about the guy that tried to call you.
And so because of that, it was like, damn, now what do I do? Now this thing's a big drain, and I have nothing I could do with it. The other plan was that maybe my dad could have been like the renter and done stuff, but then he got hurt basically and had a lot of physical issues, so he couldn't do that. And basically all the plans that I had fell apart behind this.
Dad's still going fishing though.
Huh?
Jeez. Big ups, Mr. Andrew.
It's just light. It happens sometimes. Cass SSB is subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Cass, for the sub. I appreciate that. Cass for this. It's just light. It happens. Basically all the plans that I had and had a lot of physical issues, so he couldn't do that. It's just light. It happens sometimes.
It happens.
Cass SSB.
Basically, no one could. Yeah, good point, Ross. That's it. No one could do anything.
One I screwed up, I think.
I think so. I don't think he'd blame the aunt until she was dead.
Another one I screwed up, I think. Wario to me another $1. Have you ever felt ashamed? Tell family members you shoot video games for a living and you don't care because you make a lot of money. I don't think I've ever had an issue telling anyone what I do. Then again, I really don't have a lot of contact with my other family members because I told you guys earlier on in my life they had a falling out. Like when I was in high school, there was a huge falling out. And so most of them don't talk to each other. The only family members I really keep in contact with are my aunts back in Connecticut. And they know what I do. My parents already explained to them fully what I do. No one gives a shit. No one's critical of it or anything.
Shout out aunts.
And this, trust me, in this economy we're in the United States, a job's a job, man. A job is a job. No matter what kind of a fucking job it is, as long as you got a job.
Alright, keep moving.
When we go places that aren't, near here, talking like 10, 15 miles away, it'll say, volcano evacuation route this way. And we're looking at like, what? A volcano evacuation route? Isn't that scary? It's like, well, number one, the volcano's not scheduled to erupt. And number two, we don't live close enough that we'd have to evacuate anyway. We're lucky where we are, but some people are actually living in like a volcano zone, which is crazy. My aunt used to live here in Washington State a long time. I've forgotten completely. I know he's decent. He can lock you down. Oh, shit.
Well,
so I guess
there you go. There's
A's,
Aunt Laura. She received Ash. All right.
Getting experience points and everything. It's pretty good.
God, fishing in Minecraft.
La, la, la.
Nothing happened on my end.
La, la, la.
Did the screen go down? Refresh if you need to. It wasn't on my end. It must have been you guys.
There we go. Junior minted 100-bit cheers. Would your parents disown you if you were gay? I don't think so. No. My aunt was gay. My aunt was gay her whole life, so I'm pretty sure that my parents would not disown me.
New lore, the aunt was gay. Any other comments? La la la.
It's weird because like some people still to this day think like being gay is so taboo. It's like, what are you talking about? It's been like it's actually been accepted for quite some time. It's just I feel it's like these pockets of like very conservative thinking people who think that it's
how about you, Mr. I'm not wired that way.
God, it's such an awful thing to be gay. Like, in my life, I've known many gay people, including my own aunt. My whole life, I never had a problem with it. Never did.
A big uckbuck. Only consistent is who and why to blame. Absolutely.
I give a shit, Yes, that was my aunt who had gout. That is correct.
She was gout and gay. Big ups. I like how someone asked that qualifier. Was that the aunt that had gout? Yes, that was. That was actually.
So by the way, guys, I am wearing a vest. I'm wearing the blue vest today.
Oh, cool vest.
It was picked by the top tipper, Ponage 101. People are already complaining they can't see it.
Oh, yeah, people complain about that vest.
All right. As I say when we do these streams, if we double the tip skull today, you guys will have a choice. Either I can put on a different vest or I can put on the
money was rolling. If we double the tip skull, guys, just double it. Money was rolling in those days.
I didn't give the tiger prawn to the museum, did I? And I definitely have to give the saw shark to the museum. Yeah, I don't think I gave the. All right. So let me sell everything else, but I'll save the tiger prawn and I'll save the saw shark. Everything else I've given to the museum. Okay.
Careful, that's shellfish.
$30 says, why didn't you take the couch from Connecticut? A couple reasons. Number one, because that couch fit nicely there, and my intention was that my aunt was going to live there. My aunt did move in there for about a year and a half until she passed away. So she needed a couch to sit on. Number two, I already was set on furnishing. Like, I wanted to furnish this home with all new stuff. I didn't want to bring the same couch. Plus, I have a much bigger living room here than I ever had over in Connecticut. So I wanted to get a new couch system and everything for this house. So I didn't have a
couch system
reason to bring the couch. In addition, I knew that couch would have been too big for here. Like right here, the couch wouldn't have fit in this office. That couch, that's why I had to get this 2-section love seat.
Yeah, but there's actually a lot more fucking rooms you need to fill, right? And you filled those with your credit card.
3, it never would have fit in this office, so I wouldn't have been able to bring it and use it in my office here. So I left it.
Okay, don't need that.
Okay, what am I going to make?
Just buy a new one. That's better. Just buy a new one. Oh, God, not like a dragon.
We didn't. He was a rescue, and that was his name at the shelter where we found him. So we just took his name that we already had. We rolled with it.
Like, who does that, by the way? Like, for me, I always, like, you want to change the cat name if you pick one up for the shelter, you know? But he just kept it, I guess. That's a choice. Live your truth. That's one of the fun parts, though. It's like kind of choosing the name. Too much
like
work.
Bobby, I ate a lot of liver-like foods and got gout. No.
Oh, what?
Like Bobby, I ate a lot of liver-like foods and got gout. No, I don't. I've never eaten liver ever in my life. Not once have I eaten liver. No, I was prone to it.
I thought you said you used the guts and stuff in stuffing. That seems like a pretty... That's a gut thing that's kind of used in food.
Eaten liver ever in my life. Not once have I eaten liver.
Okay.
No, I was prone to it. I was hereditarily prone to it. I didn't know it.
Uh-oh.
But my aunt had it and never really told anyone.
Uh-oh.
No one knew that she had it. And then after I got it, my mom started asking around, and my aunt's like, yeah, I've had it my whole life. You're like, what? Like, you never told anyone? No, never told anyone.
Why would
so
you
no
tell
one knew
someone
that was in the
Hey guys, this Christmas dinner, I'd like to make a quick announcement. Everyone, could you please could you please, guys, sit down, please? I'd like to make an announcement here. I have gout. Thank you. That's it.
Family. And that we were at high risk for having it, so I never really even known to prepare for it, you know? But yeah, it was...
Philip, please put down the stuffing you love so much. I'd like to make an announcement here. I have gout.
It was part of... it was part of our family history that people in my family have had it.
Our family history?
What it is that your body has a tendency to have an acid imbalance. If you eat
the Burnells shall be remembered for many things, one of them being their long battle, their long epic battle against the gout crystal.
Too much certain things, for example, red
Burnell
meat,
history,
like pork or beef, or shellfish.
Oh, shellfish.
Or what was the other thing? There's like 3 like major things that are the big no-no.
You should know that.
I forget what the third one is, but I usually don't eat. I don't eat those things anymore.
I feel like you should figure that out.
Or if I do, they're in limited quantities.
Okay, limited quantities.
Like for example, I had some beef and pork on Tuesday because we ordered dim sum from this restaurant. So I had it then. Now I don't have it again until Saturday when we order this pizza we're gonna order for DSP tries it. I'll have some then.
Oh, cool.
And then I won't have it again until like next Tuesday. So I only have it like once or twice a week in very limited quantities, and I'm good to go. But I mean, before I knew that I had gout, I was constantly eating whatever I want. Red meat, pork, every pop, shellfish, constant. I was just eating whatever I wanted. I had no idea.
Mention of alcohol, sir?
Can I drink beer? Does that flare up too? The way it works is, all right, you can drink, but you have to limit what you drink. Like, for example, if you're going to eat a lot of red meat, you can't drink. You can't eat. The drinking doesn't necessarily cause it, but the drinking will greatly accentuate the symptoms you have.
Dude just says accentuize.
Doesn't necessarily cause it, but the drinking will greatly accentuate the symptoms you have of it.
Shout outs, accentuize.
So if I got a gout flare up and then I drank, oh my God, I'd be like in insane, excruciating pain because it just makes it feel way worse. Okay? But the drinking itself does not cause it. It's actually the food that raises the acid levels, but the drinking exacerbates the problem.
Exacerbates
supposedly.
and
That's when I read up on it many years ago.
And all that sitting on the couch doesn't have anything to do with it. Please, Grippus. Please, don't bring up slander.
To make sure that as I gotten older that I would have taken better care of myself, eat less red meat and stuff like that.
Oh, hold on.
No, the truth is it did. If I had known that it was in my family.
Oh, here we go!
About it, But outside of that, never told anyone she had gout her whole. Very good. Lucifer sub. Cheers. Why do you think your aunt never told anyone she had gout her whole life? Oh, I got an Olympian key. I don't even know what that's for. An Olympian key?
Such a troll. Such a fucking troll tip.
Maybe that's a rare item. Why wouldn't she have told anyone she had gout? I mean, wouldn't you think that would be more of like a personal thing?
Okay, so why do you blame her then?
A strange key has been lost for too long.
Then why do you blame her? You seem to know.
Wouldn't you think that
personal.
would be, something you would keep to yourself? Like, who would, I'm sure, like, for example, I'm sure her significant other knew about it, But outside of that, she probably wouldn't have told family members or anything.
So then why do we
like she
continuously
probably
blame
thought it
her?
wouldn't affect anyone else but her. But in reality, no, the truth is it did. If I had known that it was in my family, I likely would have taken precautions to make sure that as I gotten older that I would have taken better care of myself, eat less red meat and stuff like that.
But I had no clue, 0 clue that anyone in my family had it.
Just spamming it.
I never even knew what it was until I got it, and I'm looking up symptoms. Like, I don't know anything. Anyone in my family has issues with their feet or stuff like that, so I didn't know what it was, you know? Is it rude to blame my aunt? Who the fuck says I'm blaming my aunt?
You are.
This is what I mean. Fuck you, Music Records. Why do you do that shit?
You are.
When did I blame my deceased aunt for my gout? I never did.
Oh, you rolled your eyes at her because she didn't tell you. And also you said you were doing her a solid by letting her move into your house that you made her pay for.
That you're a piece of shit for putting words in my fucking mouth.
That's why we do these streams, my friend. You said you were helping your aunt out by making her pay for the condo. And let's not forget, he rolled his eyes because she didn't tell him or anyone that she had gout.
Really? You're an asshole. Why would you even say that?
Let's call everyone else
I
assholes,
blamed my
yeah.
deceased aunt for my fucking gout.
You've done
Fuck
it.
you. Seriously, you're a dickhead.
Yep.
Why would you say a fucked up thing like that?
Hephaestus' ancient forge. He discovered its most important component.
That's the thing, you don't think, oh, it's funny, right? No, you're a piece of shit. You're an actual piece of shit for saying that.
Zeus, I do
We're kind of in awe
That's
of how
my
much
thing.
of a piece of shit you
Not
are being
forges.
today. Actually.
Piss me off, man.
We're kind of all in awe of how much of a piece of shit you have been to your aunt in many different ways today. That's what I'm learning.
Fuck. Oh my god, I'm trying to get over here.
I think he's done. Yeah, he's done.
Step on it.
That definitely touched a nerve, though. You could tell that.
So, I don't know how long the game is. It seems
2
to
years
be
ago
like
now.
maybe there'd be 1 or 2 more worlds and that's it. And then, because the game makes you beat it twice in order to see the true ending, which I don't care about. So, okay.
not
So thank you for the tip. Anshang Forever's here. Tipped me $1.30. He says, hi, what's going on, Anshang? It's good to see you today.
Good to see you today.
Thank you for that. And CM Fool tipped me $4.20. It says, my aunt with a 1 blind eye beat Ghosts and Goblins in 6 hours. Your aunt is amazing. God of gaming. Goddess of gaming, excuse me. And deserves all the praise in the world. Because this game is insanely tough. And to beat it in 6 hours is like groundbreaking.
Okay.
So we add all that, and now we're up to $7 in tips today, guys. Thank you for that. All right.
You got a bag?
Shit.
You got a bag?
Misclick.
All right, guys. If you're liking
All
the
right,
stream,
are you guys ready?
If you're
Here
liking
we
the
go.
stream, big ups, Roger. We're almost done here. Now we're up
me
to
$5.
we're up to 2021 now.
Are you going to make a member count? I just wow. I guess I'm psychic. I didn't even see this message before, but I guess the answer is no. I can't right now. Right? I'd like to, but I don't see a way to do it properly. I don't see a running tally anywhere besides in a menu within a menu. So,
Figure it out, dude. Not gonna ruin.
so maybe we can get that working eventually, but I don't know anything about that right now. Okay.
Okay. Can we talk?
Andre the DJ has tipped me $19.80. As today marks 41 years since Mount St. Helens erupted. Prayers to those that lost loved ones that day. Yes, 41 years ago, 1980, before I was born. Mount St. Helens, which is an actual, it was a dormant volcano here in Washington State.
Wasn't very dormant, was it?
Unexpectedly erupted. People were not
unexpectedly, as opposed to those expected eruptions. Cool.
expecting it. Took them by complete surprise. Some people did die, sadly. My aunt used to.
Oh, hold on.
Some people did die, sadly. My aunt.
He was gonna say my wife.
Complete surprise. Some people did die, sadly. My aunt used to. You know,
my aunt. I don't know what headspace the aunt's in.
live here
Excuse
at
me,
that
aunt.
time of her life, and she said the entire state was covered in ash. That this volcano had erupted and it disrupted things so much that ash was everywhere, and she actually had kept ash. She kept it in like a jar as like a remnant of what had happened.
She kept ash.
And, you know, showed it to family members and stuff over the years. Here's
Now she showed the ash to family members, but not the gout. God damn it.
Volcanic ash. You know. Since then, there's been zero volcanic activity here. Which is obviously good. But, yeah, it surprised everybody.
She kept the ash, but not the fucking gout.
So thank you, Andre the DJ. That is
God
the biggest tip of the
damn
day. So you get up on the leaderboard not only as the latest tipper, but I will put you up as the biggest tipper as well.
$19. Thank you, sir.
Come on, Ant.
Oops.
Next one. Oh God, Flight Simulator. Oh, they had 2 months heads up. Oh, they had 2 months heads up, so they did kind of know it was coming then. It was on the schedule then. It made the schedule.
Pico. Yeah.
Oh,
well, I don't know where that came from. $21. That becomes the top tip of the night. 82 Mexico.
Oh, Mexico.
And he says we're going to Tijuana, Mexico.
Uh-oh. You know what happens in Mexico?
I don't know. Did I ever tell you guys the story? Did you guys know that my cousin actually was murdered and passed away in Tijuana, Mexico? I don't know if I ever told you that.
There we go. Well, how it happened?
My mother's, well, it was my mother's, my mother's nephew. So my cousin. Yeah. Yeah, he passed away in Tijuana. Certainly wasn't there for good reasons. Let's put it that way. From what I'm to understand, he used to go across the border a lot to go down there and basically do illicit things like drugs and stuff.
He would do illicit things, like have fun.
And he just ran in with the wrong crowd, and someone murdered him to rob him. And that was the end of that. He was always known as like the black sheep of the family. He was much older than me when I was very young. Like when I was like in my early teens, he was already in like his late 20s. So he was much older than me. And yeah, he was known as like the black sheep of the family who was into that kind of shit. And wasn't basically very friendly with his father, my uncle, because of that. And I only saw him maybe a few times during holiday gatherings when I was very young. And I remember once there was a I believe it was for my uncle's 50th birthday. The family threw him like a big bash kind of celebration.
Oh, cool.
They rented out a hall and invited all of his friends
Holy
and
shit,
all his
how much money did his family fucking have?
family members. And it was like a big buffet, and there was music and everything to celebrate, like a big birthday bash for him, 50th anniversary birthday. And I remember that was the last time I saw my cousin, because he was hanging out with my wife. He was hanging out with my aunts and uncles. I don't know why.
Oh my God, there was again! My wife and my aunt. What?
My wife. Oh my God. He was hanging.
My aunt. Now, what? It's not only my mom. My aunt gets the wife treatment now.
Because he was hanging out with my wife.
My aunt wife.
He was hanging out with my aunts and uncles. I don't know why. Whenever I think about my family, sometimes I say my wife.
Yeah,
and then
that's the weird part, because normally you don't fuck your family. You know what I'm saying, brother? I never made that mistake because I don't put them in the same spot in my mind. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I always say the wrong thing. No, he was not hanging out with my wife. He was hanging out with my aunts and uncles. Because he basically hung out with everyone but his dad. He would not hang out with my Uncle Richie. He would only hang out with everyone but his dad, because his dad
That's what I'm saying, Wasabi
basically
Panda.
hated him. Because
it's not a big stretch for him, because they've both he's not got busy with any of them, so they're all kind of the same in his mind.
He knew that he was into drugs and stuff.
Sister, cat, mom, they're all the same. Just people he's not having sex with. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, he was hanging out with my other relatives.
the cess rant is starting to make more sense. Absolutely. It's just not meaningful enough, right? I think that's what it is, honestly. That's legit, honestly. That's what I think. Nerdy Asian, nice pull, RS.
And I remember he was on the younger side, so I was like a young teenager, and I was talking to him and hanging out with him a little bit. He was a cool guy, but at the same time, like, you knew that he was like into shit. You know what I mean? Like, you can always tell.
Yeah, he was kind of cool.
And then it was only like, if I remember correctly, it was within like a few months after that birthday celebration for my uncle that. And that, you know what? And that was the weird thing that stood out about that birthday celebration was it was for my uncle's 50th anniversary. And my cousin showed up to be there for dad, his dad, but his dad didn't want to talk to him. So he ended up hanging out with everyone else, all my other relatives, but not my uncle, because my uncle kind of like had disowned him because he was like the druggie or the black sheep of the family, right? So yeah, basically he died like 3 months later. No one had known what happened to him. He just went missing completely. And then all of a sudden, you get a phone call from like the border patrol or whatever that he had passed away in Mexico and had been contacted by the Mexican authorities, and they said that they had his body and they found his identification and everything. And that's when everyone kind of found out that he was constantly going south of the border down there to Tijuana, and he was into illicit drugs and gambling and all kinds of stuff.
This is like, who knows what percent of this is true.
And then he got murdered and robbed.
Like, I'm not disputing that he's probably a family member did die there, but I mean, all the other stuff, you could just put a big fat X on it.
Shout out to Ahan for a super chat. Thank you, Ahan, for the super chat. Was he a mule? That I don't know. Who knows?
Who knows?
If he was definitely into drugs and he was crossing the border, could it have been a possibility? Yes. Was he? I have no idea.
I'm playing
like I said,
this today on that
I was
being
a young
said.
teenager.
I'm saving this clip for that being said. That was a great, my wife, my aunt. That was classic. All right, let's move on. We got to move on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more videos. Oh, empty chair. Oh, very robust. Mega Man shirt.
I didn't realize I didn't have any tissues in here. I had to go to the hallway, and then Jasper was out there, and he was wiggling around like a worm on the rug. It was funny.
Oh,
anyway.
Very funny.
Okay.
Yeah, your cat doing things is a good reason not to come back to stream. Exactly. Yep, good point.
So, Chicken Man is to me $1.50. He says, sadly, people don't understand not all medical conditions are easily curable. I have acid reflux so bad. I take prescribed medications, and it still doesn't always help. There are nights that I wake up. I have high levels of uric acid in my body, also called gout.
Uh-oh.
This is something that is a result of both genetics as well as lifestyle. And I didn't know that I was genetically prone to it because I didn't know my aunt had it. In fact, no one knew my aunt had it until I got it about 6 years ago.
Look how
I had
much
a
this
flare
pop
up out of
filter is
nowhere.
blocking his view.
I was like, what's going on with my foot? I don't understand what's wrong. Went to the doctor, found out what it was, start asking around. Oh, my aunt
Big up
has it.
fictitious, your legend.
Her whole life. Never told anyone. Oh, well, if I had known that I was prone to it, maybe I would have watched my lifestyle.
So are we we are again blaming.
Right, but I didn't know. So now, my entire life.
When does the blaming stop?
No exaggeration. I have to watch what I eat and drink. And I have to do supplemental things to lower my uric acid levels. For example, I have to drink cherry juice. Cherry juice actually has anti-inflammatory properties and lowers uric acid levels of your body. So I have one large glass of tart cherry juice a day, and it actually helps with this condition. I have to make sure that my diet is balanced, and I don't eat too much of things that cause uric acid. For example, red meats, shellfish, those kind of things are very high in uric acid.
This is legitimately a really fucked up thing. Like, there's a lot of fucked up things in this history, but this is legitimately fucked up. Legitimately fucked up. Saying shit about your dead family members.
Also, if I eat way too many fatty foods, greasy fried foods, or cheeses, that also can make a flare-up happen. And in addition to all of that, alcohol. If you drink too much liquor,
it's not even like it's breast cancer or something like that, which can be passed down. Cancer can be in families. You know what I'm saying? It's not even like that. It's something that you have to add. You have to do something to make it happen. You know what I mean? Like, even that's fucked up too. If you said like blaming your family members for breast cancer, that's fucked up too. But let's just say it's not even that though. It's saying not only I was predispositioned, she never told me, but then he also took the extra steps to make it happen.
And
still blaming her.
That can also, it doesn't really cause it, but I think what they say is it makes it worse. So if you have it or you're having issues with it, it'll make it worse. It'll compound the issue. So I have to watch all these things. And before I knew I had this condition, I never did. I was a guy who would go out and eat a giant steak. I actually, when I lived in Connecticut, I would go get the prime rib and shit. This ginormous slab of meat.
Excuse me, does anyone in this room have gout? I need to know.
In front of me, I would eat the fucking thing, That was me. And then when I found out about this, I had to adjust my lifestyle. Now, would you know that I had it? No. In fact, I don't look like the kind of person who gets it because typically the kind of people who get it are people who let's be honest, they overindulge themselves. They're sitting around overeating constantly. They're sitting around doing things that are
very few humans in America sit around more than you.
Horrible for their lifestyle. You would think
legitimately fact.
Think that like someone who's like grossly overweight or something like that. Those are the people.
I'm just leaving it up.
And I'm, you know, really, if you look at me, yeah, am I slightly overweight? Yeah, but I'm not like that. I'm not necessarily the stereotypical kind of person who would get it. For me,
intensifying.
It was actually more of my genetics than anything else that it happened. So, but that's what I mean. Like, people have diseases like this, and you don't know. How would you know? That's why I always say to people, when you are kind of like being mean to someone.
Oh God, we're not hearing this again. I'm not going here to do this again. We heard that enough today.
Started to become a YouTuber back when I did. I have no idea what I'd be doing with my life right now. Zero idea. I couldn't even tell you how things would have went. You know, who would have known, right?
Oh,
so
God.
It's just crazy, like that people have these thoughts about life and how it should be. By the time you're 40, you should have this and you should have this and that. All right.
I don't do
so
that.
I still to this day now. I'm 40 years old today, and I think back to the 40th birthday party of my great aunt, or I called her my great aunt. She's really, or not my great aunt, or my godmother. Excuse me. I called her my aunt. But she wasn't. She was my godmother.
So this is
we didn't like say godfather, godmother. We said uncle and aunt for some reason. I don't know.
So this confused me. So that's why I called it the Goutmother, because it was the aunt was actually the godmother. I'm the godmother. I'm the godmother. So she's the godmother, not the aunt. Or is this the great aunt? Who knows? It's all mixed right now. No one knows the truth.
Family, we didn't like say godfather, godmother. We said uncle and aunt for some reason. I don't know.
May you have a boy. He be a very Italian, masculine boy. May he be blessed with the properties of gout, like you.
You know, it's to me. It's
so
just like,
yeah, Brian A. Great point. If that's the case, then he would get a hereditary disease from someone that is not in his bloodline. So I don't know. I think he just I don't know what he's saying here.
Such a weird thing, because I could definitely see her maybe looking at her life and reminiscing and saying, so she had 3 daughters, right? The job that she was working, the job that her husband, you know, my godfather was working.
Godfather.
They had a nice, by the way.
Godfather.
Nice
May your
house,
son be a masculine
really nice
man.
house that they lived in and grew up in. I don't think that anyone would be like, oh, they didn't do good there. They lived in a really nice place. Better than here, by the way. Better than the place that I live in today.
Better than here.
Fucking humongous.
Oh, humongous,
giant
dude.
yard.
Holy
They had
shit.
a pool. You know, that good stuff.
Good
They
stuff,
did well
dude.
for themselves. They should be proud of what they built there with their careers and their family, because not everyone gets to provide like that for a family, and they did. They get to provide.
Yeah, he's mixing aunts here. There was one aunt that was lesbian, but one aunt that had married. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's tough.
Really nice
It's tough.
house and
This is where the story breaks down.
Atmosphere in place for their family to grow up. But yeah, like I look back at that and I wonder how happy.
Movie sign says, "I'll gout him off, but he can't refuse." All right, we got 5 more videos. Let's go. This is no more about the aunt, except that he's comparing himself to their life. Whatever.
Start to sag. You're gonna be wrinkly. You're gonna do this and that. They razzed her all day long about it. You gotta wonder if it actually hurt her. You know, like I mean, yeah, she's just brushing it off sarcastically. But
hold on, I gotta hear this.
It's funny because you see the kids were razzing her all day about being old, and now oh look at you, you're gonna start to sag, you're gonna be wrinkly, you're gonna do this and that. They razzed her all day long about it.
Massive projection.
You gotta wonder if it actually hurt her. You know, like I mean, yeah, she's just brushing it off sarcastically, but how much of that did actually got to her? Maybe a lot of it did. Who knows?
Oh
you don't know. But anyway,
this is so odd.
I take a look at that, okay,
oh, here
and
we
I
go.
kind of compare that now to my life.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I don't got time for that right now.
Go.
Please get him help.
I don't got time for that right now.
A conspiracy to extort money from a vulnerable old man. That's what this is.
Ah! Conspiracy to extort money from a vulnerable old woman. I wonder if Phil ever did that. Maybe making someone pay rent that didn't have a lot of money and was kind of on death's door legitimately.
Oh my God, does this ever end?
Can you believe that woman?
Yeah, I am. I'm reaching that point. I need a break before that being said.
This is kind of sad because this is exactly what happened with my aunt.
Uh-oh.
after I moved out of Connecticut, she was living in my condo. I allowed her to stay there for several years.
Again, we get allowed. Double allowed. Reminder, he made her pay rent. You cannot use the word allow when you make someone pay. When you go to McDonald's, do they say, yes, we'll allow you to eat here if you pay us money?
Moved out of Connecticut, she was living in my condo. I allowed her to stay there for several years. And basically, she declined to the point where she kept, like, getting hurt and then not telling anyone.
Well, probably because you left half
fall, and then
she fell over my figures.
Tell anyone.
I know she took him over there.
Be on the floor for, like, hours at a time, not getting up because she couldn't. And then one time my mom, I don't know if I ever told you guys this. One time my mom went to visit and found her on the floor all fucked up, hurt.
Yeah, she was falling over she was on the heavy statue, the She-Hulk statue. It was crazy.
Take her to the hospital and everything. And eventually my aunt had to live in assisted living until she passed away because she had declined too much. But a lot of people are so stubborn and obstinate, believing that they can stay independent forever, you know, as you get older.
She's stubborn and obstinate.
So stubborn and obstinate, believing that they could stay independent forever, you know, as you get older. Kind of very sad.
Not that he ever speaks to
Oh my God, she's stubborn and obstinate. Logan K. Phil allows people to tip him for his free content. It makes perfect sense. Absolutely. And another CT condo pull right on time. That's where the ant was falling. And she was stubborn and obstinate. Fucking bitch. Then she died, didn't pay rent. I allowed her to pay rent, by the way. 4 more videos.
This and then that one next. Okay. I received a $6 tip. And all it says is Gunner Glasses. That's it. Gunner Glasses. All right.
All right.
Thank you very much for the tip.
Yeah, Brian, that's a good idea.
Does allow my family still eat Chinese food?
Yeah, what I might do is allow my parents to go to dinner with me. And then, of course, I got to pay.
But on Christmas Day, no. As I've told you guys, since I moved, a lot changed. Basically, a lot of my relatives back in Connecticut have passed away. So really, it's just my parents by themselves now. You know, there used to be my aunt there. There used to be my great aunt there. And then there used to be my other great aunt. And they all have passed away since then. And most of the families either moved away or there's no one there anymore. So, yeah, my parents just kind of do their own thing. Have their own little meal or whatever. I know it sounds a little sad or depressing. Kind of is. But what are you going to do? Like, that's what happens in life. And
Jesus.
I told my parents.
Duty Stream says, give that skank life alert and a pill. Just give her a pill. You are not allowed to do it. No. You are not allowed.
50 zillion times not to stay in Connecticut. I mean, I told them so many times when I was growing up. I was like, I don't want to live here. I don't like it here.
That's what every kid says. Every emo kid in high school says, I don't want to live here.
I need to have my life somewhere else.
Uh-huh.
And you need to go with me. You really shouldn't be sticking here. This is not going to pan out for you. And they didn't listen.
Why should you be able to choose that?
And now here they are. They're old and they have health problems and they can't move anymore. And now they're stuck there for the rest of their life. So they didn't listen. You know. Not only so much you can do as a son, because when you're a son or a daughter, your parents kind of always think they know better, even if you may know some better than them on something. And I mean, I told them so many times, I get them advice. I said, leave Connecticut. Do something good for yourself, and they would never listen to me.
Right. They have a house that's paid for. I'm guessing it's already all paid for. They don't have to pay for their housing anymore. But yeah, just throw it all away. Go somewhere else.
Good day to you, Phil. All right.
Thanks, Scrooge. 3 videos.
Oh my God, how long Doesn't my sound box have a laugh track button? No, I don't have any laugh.
Oh God, why is
this
in
died
here?
this morning, so that one I can't even use anymore, I guess. No, I don't have that. Nope.
Why did I put this in?
Zoo Pals. Oh shit, okay, I thought it was Zoo Pals. He has fur. He doesn't have. What is that? That doesn't even make sense. Dark Angels is one of my aunts had one. Did it work? Do they work?
With Chia Bugs Bunny.
One of Dark Angel's aunts had Chia Pet. That's it. All right. 2 more videos.
Saying the stream was private when it wasn't. Yeah, I guess YouTube is having some technical issues today, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, my stream is certainly not private. It's public for sure. So I don't know why it was saying that it was private. That's weird. Anyway, I received a $10 tip.
Yeah,
From
now
Brianna.
we're
Let's get the glasses on. When you
we're within this year now.
What made you choose Washington? I grew up in Tacoma. I do sometimes miss my evergreen state, but right now I am in love with Arizona. Well, it was a combination of factors. I came from Connecticut, and let me tell you guys something.
Yeah.
There's no reason to live in Connecticut. I wish there was, besides Italian food. That's about it. There is authentic, delicious Italian food in Connecticut. Outside of that, the weather is terrible. The prices are high. The taxes are high. It's just totally not worth it. Everything
a hotbed of Italian food, Connecticut.
is overly expensive in Connecticut because they consider you like, oh, you could go to New York whenever you want. I don't want to go to New York. I've been
I thought
there.
you said it's because of all the billionaires.
I don't care about going to New York City or New York in general. So I wanted to get out of there, okay? And basically I tried to look for a combination of factors. At the time when I was looking to move, my aunt actually was living in Washington State, and she had lived here her whole life outside of when she was very young, and loved it. Loved the moderate weather, loved the, different things about it, nice natural things out here.
Nice natural things out here.
And I was looking for
Connecticut has nothing natural. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's all artificial.
Basically, a state that didn't have a state income tax, because I paid state income tax in Connecticut, and it was insanely high to the point where it was like not even worth it. I'm like, why are they forcing me to pay tax in the state just for living there, right? Here in this state, there is tax, but the tax is based on how much you spend. It's the state sales tax is higher. So it makes more sense.
You said the sales tax was less in Washington earlier, but now that's changed.
Where you spend, the more you pay in taxes, rather than just pay taxes because you exist, which is really stupid.
Okay.
There are other factors as well, but basically I was looking at different.
I can't think of any, but there's other factors.
Things.
Okay, trust me.
Every other place that I found that was better, basically had worse weather. So it's like Texas, incredibly like self-employment, own your own business, supportive, terrible weather in the summer, too hot. Florida, super duper supportive of independent business, insanely bad humid weather. And it just kept coming up that way. It was like the trade-off was bad weather for cheaper prices. So I kind of found a
leaves his house once a week.
Medium. Where I lived in Connecticut, it was way more expensive than here. Okay, for example, I owned a condo in Connecticut that was a tiny place, and it was like $160,000 condo. Okay, this house when I bought it 10 years ago was just over $200,000, and it's a big house. Okay, now prices have increased, and now this house is worth way more. But the point is, essentially, live here, everything an upgrade, bigger house, better weather, better business savvy, better internet as well.
Better business savvy.
Do what I do for a living. Like, it was a ton of improvements to my life for essentially not really that much of a big difference in cost of living. So that's why I moved out here.
It's better business savvy over there.
Since then, of course, things have changed. Now it's hotter out here. Now the home value went up. So now property taxes went up. Prices have gone up, inflation. So it's like things change over time. But in reality, I love my life out here way more than I did living in Connecticut.
We got it. One more video. Last video of the day.
Well, I feel like they didn't give Syndicate the credit it deserved. I thought Syndicate was a fine game.
Don't care.
Numbers had kept dipping every year.
I do not care.
Did Chucky overhave his own game? I have no idea. I've never played a Child's Play game. Out of all the states, why did I choose Seattle? Well, Seattle is not a state. With Dr.
Fuck.
It's a city in the state of Washington.
Dumb bitch.
I chose Washington for many reasons. Number one, the moderate climate. Number two, because they don't have a state income tax. Number three, because my aunt had lived out here many years of her life and had always spoken very favorably about living out here, while a lot of people had always talked negatively about being out here. She said it was actually quite the opposite, that it was a misconception, that living out here was very positive for many different reasons. Personally, everything kind of clicked when I started looking for houses. I was able to move into a place in a private community, which is very important to me, for my family's safety, especially with the amount of harassment that we get.
Nice dig and wipe. Watch this dig and wipe combo.
Which is very important.
That we're down to one nuck. We're one nuck deep, and it gets the wipe.
Me, for my
there
family's
it is,
safety,
harvesting
especially with
and
the
wipe.
amount of harassment
Beautiful.
that we get, to be safe like this is nice.
We're nucking.
The fact that out here, this is basically some of the newest infrastructure in the entire United States.
We heard this too many times. That will do it. What an episode. We learned a lot. I learned a lot. It's worse than I thought, because I thought it was kind of a meme that Phil blamed his aunt for that, but it is not a meme. He blamed her multiple times for his affliction. And also, she was lesbian. We learned more lore about the cousin dying in Mexico. That was hype. Yeah, this was very, very, very instructional, I should say. All this will be on the test, so I expect you to study up on that, and the test will be on Friday. But yeah, I will now redirect you to the music. You will have music for about an hour, and then that being said, we'll go live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So get hype. If you want to ask any questions, you know what to do. Speak pipe. Let me give you the link here. If you want to bring up an ant thing, that's cool with me. But you're all fucking legends. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It was a very meaningful time. I hope it was for you as well. And we'll see you on WPIG next on Saturday with Atlas the Bookkeeper for Ask the King and a little more Jake James Lugo hype. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, we'll see you in a second. You'll be redirected to some tunes. Bye.